Chapter 10:12. This spirit array, which had cost countless saint crystals to construct, was actually a space array. The door at its center was refined from the scattered fragments of the starship, and the edges of this door were covered with a thin layer of space spirit crystal. This layer of space spirit crystal was the biggest reliance on to open and maintain the void corridor, having been refined from hundreds of space rings. Guizhou had snatched everyone's space rings in order to obtain the space spirit crystal inside. Lu Guichun and Yushi didn't understand what Guizhou wanted to use to leave this place until now. He wanted to use this space array to teleport himself away. All kinds of doubts, all kinds of troubles, all became clear the moment they saw this void corridor. However, everyone present could see that the void corridor created by this space array was extremely unstable and could collapse at any time. Could such a thing even be used? And even if it could be used, no one knew where the destination was. If they were sent into some kind of void crevice, they might as well stay on this continent. At the very least, the world energy aura here was abundant. For a time, everyone fell silent. Guizhou smiled and said, "Now it's time for you to help." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heart sank. He seemed to want others to go in and explore the situation. Understanding his intentions, everyone's expression changed. "Senior, isn't this inappropriate?" Yushi hurriedly said, wanting to explain the pros and cons to Guizhou. "HM? What's inappropriate about it?" Guizhou stared at her coldly, his cold aura enveloping Yushi like a curtain, making her unable to speak. "Why do you think this old master didn't let you kill each other and allowed you to collect materials here?" "Humph, if you weren't of some use, this old master would have already killed all of you juniors and sacrificed your souls to my ghost banner. How could I allow you to act so presumptuously here?" Guizhou shouted fiercely. At this moment, his cruel nature was exposed, his gentle temperament suddenly becoming bloodthirsty and gloomy. "If anyone dares to say another word, this old master will teach them a lesson right now." Everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak any more nonsense. With his strength, even if he used force, no one would be able to resist, so everyone immediately became obedient. Guizhou nodded with satisfaction as he swept his sharp eyes across the crowd. Everyone who was stared at by him couldn't help lowering their heads, as if they were afraid of being noticed. "Damn it! Don't look at me! Don't look at me!" Shen Tu's eyes drooped, his expression tense as he muttered under his breath, as if he was chanting some kind of spell to change the direction of the old man's gaze. You little brat, come over here for this old master." Guizhou suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. When they saw who the person was, their nervous mood immediately relaxed. Many people even showed a look of schadenfreude. "Fuck." Shen Tu's face went black as he cursed in his heart, letting out a hollow laugh as he rubbed his big hands together, trying to deceive himself. "Senior, are you talking about me? Are you talking about me?" At this moment, Yang Kai felt like dying, secretly deciding that if Guizhou really chose him to test the function of the space array, he would rather die than compromise. "The one next to you." Guizhou turned his eyes to Yang Kai. "Me?" This time it was Yang Kai's turn to go pale, pointing his finger to his nose as he angrily shouted, "Why me? There are so many people here. Why choose me?" Yang Kai was depressed. Nearly 100 cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star were gathered here, yet Guizhou had chosen him. Yang Kai really didn't know if this was a bad year, or if he was being targeted. Guizhou coldly snorted, "Little brat, you seem a little restless. Is that the reason?" Yang Kai frowned and hurriedly said, "Senior, please let me go. I promise to behave myself in the future." "Future? There's no future," Guizhou said impatiently. "Senior is wise." Yushi's mouth curled into a sneer as she shouted, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai with a satisfied expression. Yang Kai had just humiliated her before, and now he had suffered such a great misfortune. Retribution had not come so quickly, so Yushi couldn't help feeling a little grateful to this old man. She couldn't wait to see Yang Kai suffer so much pain that he wished he could die and avenge her disciple. Yang Kai's face went cold as he glanced over at Yushi, grit his teeth, and cursed, "Cheap slut, I'll remember you." Yushi sneered, not taking his words seriously, and sarcastically said, "If you can survive today, then we'll talk." Senior is really wise. My purple star will unconditionally obey Senior's arrangements. Lu Guei-Chen echoed. As long as this Guizhu didn't choose one of their people, Lu Guei-Chun and Yushi didn't care. It's what everyone wants. Don't decline it, kid. Guizhu laughed heartily as he opened his hand and an unparalleled attractive force emerged from his palm, causing Yang Kai's body to involuntarily fly towards him and arrive in front of him in an instant, unable to even muster the strength to resist. Staring at the void corridor opened by the space array, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He could feel that this void corridor was completely different from the ones he had seen before. Although the ones he had seen before were inadvertently created by the Great War between masters in ancient times, they had been formed countless years ago and had long since stabilized. However, the void corridor in front of him, which was framed by a giant door, was extremely chaotic, and even Yang Kai couldn't help feeling apprehensive. If he really rushed inside, he would definitely be in danger and would be lost inside, unable to find a way out, trapped for the rest of his life. I won't restrain your power, because there might be some dangers inside. You can go in and investigate the situation. If you can come back alive, that would be for the best. If you can't come back, don't blame this old man. You're on your own. Saying so, Guizhu prepared to throw Yang Kai into the void corridor. Wait, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. What? Guizhu looked at him unhappily. Senior, you just want me to go in and investigate the situation, right? Then what I do is up to me. Senior, please allow me to act in my own way. Oh. Guizhu suddenly showed an interested expression as he looked at Yang Kai with interest. What method do you want to use? You should know that trying to play tricks in front of this old master is useless. I didn't think so. Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. How long will it take? This old master doesn't have the patience to wait for you. Seemingly thinking that Yang Kai was about to die, Guizhu became surprisingly easy to talk to. There's no need to wait. Yang Kai said so, suddenly sitting down cross-legged and shouting, Avatar projection. Along with his shout, a faint wisp of spiritual energy suddenly emerged from his body. This wisp of spiritual energy was illusory and ethereal, constantly changing its shape. After a short while, it condensed into Yang Kai's appearance. A soul avatar? Someone muttered, seeing through the mysteries contained in this at a glance. Lu Guei-Chun, Yushi, and the others were all dumbfounded. Guizhu also let out a strange laugh. No one had expected that Yang Kai's method was actually to release his soul avatar from his body. Obviously, he wanted to use his soul avatar to enter the void corridor and investigate. Didn't he know that soul avatars were extremely fragile and couldn't be exposed to the outside world for too long? Moreover, this method was extremely dangerous. At this time, if someone were to use their soul skill on Yang Kai, they would easily be able to severely injure him. Without the protection of a physical body, no matter how powerful one's soul avatar was, it would be like a hedgehog without thorns, vulnerable to a single blow. Guizhu's casual expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely dignified as he used his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai, his expression becoming strange. Because he found that Yang Kai's soul was still present in his body, and this was not the case when his soul avatar had left his body. Taking a closer look at this soul avatar, Guizhu suddenly found that this soul avatar was somewhat dull and rigid, as if it had no thoughts of its own. Little brat, what kind of strange secret technique are you cultivating? You actually have two soul avatars? Guizhu exclaimed, a look of disbelief on his face. Even someone as strong as Guizhu was shocked by Yang Kai's methods. Soul fission technique. Yang Kai replied faintly. Soul fission technique was a divine technique belonging to great demon god. Yang Kai had swallowed a drop of orthodox demon god golden blood in Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy tomb and learned this divine technique from it. Since then, he had been cultivating his soul clone. Almost 10 years had passed in a flash. This soul clone was about to reach the grand accomplishment stage and would soon come in handy. But today, He had been forced to use this soul clone in order to help Guizhu explore the situation inside the void corridor. Guizhu's heart ached so much he felt like bleeding. Interesting. Little brat, you're really full of surprises. Guizhu examined this soul clone with great interest and found that this young Kai soul clone was basically no different from his own soul avatar, just a bit weaker and without its own thoughts. Strictly speaking, this soul clone was similar to a puppet, the only difference being that it had no physical body. After observing it for a while, Guizhu curled his lips and said, "This thing needs to find a decent body to display its full power. It's not that useful." He saw the drawbacks of this soul clone at a glance. Just do as you please." Saying so, Guizhu released a wisp of resentment from his body and wrapped it around Yang Kai's soul clone before dragging it into the void corridor. Guizhu could use the feedback from this wisp of resentment to investigate the entire process. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the results to appear. They knew that if they did not succeed this time, a similar situation would occur a second time, a third time. Guizhu would continue to experiment until he found the right direction to teleport. Today, when Yang Kai was chosen, they were all gloating and secretly rejoicing. But who knew who would be chosen next? Perhaps it would be them, and whoever was chosen next would be unlucky. In an instant, everyone began to pray in their hearts that Yang Kai's soul clone would return safely. Everyone was extremely pious. Even Yu Shi, who couldn't wait for Yang Kai to die and reincarnate, was nervous. Time passed little by little. The light of the Saint crystals flickered as the energy contained within them was rapidly consumed. Beside the door, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his expression constantly fluctuating. Guizhu stood next to him, his expression also fluctuating. The light emitted by the Saint crystals illuminated his expression, making it seem even more terrifying. Chapter 10:13. On the flat ground halfway up the mountain, the group from Purple Star and Sword Union waited anxiously, no one daring to speak. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled and his face went pale, as if he had encountered something terrifying. The void corridor opened by the space array also began to close like the maw of a beast. In the blink of an eye, the dark void corridor disappeared and the distorted space on the mountainside returned to normal. The moment the void corridor closed, Yang Kai's soul clone and the resentful soul released by Guizhu rushed out of the corridor as if fleeing for their lives. Guizhu waved his hand, and the resentful soul returned to his body. Yang Kai also took back his soul clone, and after a brief inspection, his face sank. "Senior, my soul clone can no longer be used. It's on the verge of collapse." Guizhu seemed to be checking the information sent back by the resentful soul and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai for a moment, only nodding after a while. "Good, you did well. Go restore yourself." "Senior, if something like this happens again next time, you won't come looking for me, right?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Guizhu grinned. "That depends on my mood and whether or not you'll be honest." Yang Kai's face went black as he flew back without saying a word and sat down next to Shin Tuesday. "Go to your own things, don't go too far. If I need your help, I'll come looking for you," Guizhu ordered lightly. Hearing his words, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They hurriedly scattered in all directions, leaving the flat ground on the mountainside as if they were fleeing. Yang Kai and Shen Tu also hurried down the mountain, no longer willing to stay in this damned place for even a moment longer. Soon, only Guizhu was left on the mountainside. He stared at the space array he had spent a great deal of effort to arrange, his brow furrowed as he pondered over how to modify the spirit array so that it would play a proper role. Although he had failed this time, he was mentally prepared, so he wasn't too disappointed. After all, when he came here, he was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm. His own understanding of the Tao was not very profound, so being able to spend 1,000 years studying this space array was already quite a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, the mysteries of space were not something he could understand. Even after reaching the height of the Origin King realm, the mysteries of space were still complex. This kind of thing required both talent and opportunity. Sitting in the middle of the spirit array, Yang Kai began moving the Saint crystals again to construct the spirit array. 10 kilometers away from the mountain peak, Yang Kai's group. What's wrong? Keep running. Shintu looked at him in amazement. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai looked at him strangely. I don't know. I'll run as far as I can. Shintu shuddered. I don't want to be targeted by him and sent into that corridor, where my life or death will be out of my control. Yang Kai shook his head. Here, he is the master. No matter where you run, he can find you. That's true. Shintu thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. But brother, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I was powerless to help you. It's fine. I did something on my own that caused him to target me. Yang Kai knew why Gue Zhu had chosen him first. It was obviously because he had killed Wei Wu. Gue Zhu felt that Yang Kai had disobeyed his orders and was not obedient enough. This had nothing to do with Shun Tu, and even if he wanted to help, under Gue Zhu's absolute strength, he couldn't do anything. What exactly happened to you in that void corridor? Shin Tu asked curiously. I don't know. My soul clone had no sentience, and although I attached a wisp of my divine sense to it, I couldn't observe much. I can only tell you that with Gue Zhu's research into the Tao of space, anyone who enters that void corridor dies. This time, my soul clone was able to escape completely because it had no physical body. The speed of a soul is not something a physical body can compare to. Shun Tu's face went pale. Then what is he studying? He has been trapped here for 2,000 years, so of course he wants to leave. But this place is a perfect cultivation paradise for us. The fact that he was able to reach the Origin King realm here is definitely related to the cultivation environment here. Yang Kai took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. You should be glad that he still has something to study. If one day he loses interest in space arrays and feels that it is impossible for him to escape, that would be a real disaster. Brother, don't scare me. Shin Tu showed a frightened expression as he imagined this scene in his mind and shuddered. Once Gue Zhu lost interest in space arrays and felt that there was no hope for him to escape, with his temperament and personality, everyone would suffer a fate worse than death. What are you going to do next? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. I don't know. Just wait for death? Shun Tu's mouth twitched. What about you? Find a place to retreat and cultivate. Yang Kai replied casually. Shin Tu was surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai was so calm and not worried at all. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, Then I'll also find something to do. It's so sad to be on edge all the time. In this world, only he and Yang Kai could talk to each other. The people from Sword Union and Purple Star had their own agendas, so naturally they wouldn't pay attention to them. Now that Yang Kai was going to enter retreat to cultivate, Shin Tu couldn't even find the only person he could talk to, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but even though his strength was clearly much higher than Yang Kai's, he couldn't help feeling frustrated that he was inferior to him in every aspect. Yang Kai seemed to be very calm no matter what he encountered, and when he couldn't control the situation, he would silently observe until he could. Shin Tu couldn't help feeling some admiration. The two of them chatted casually for a while before separating. Yang Kai didn't know what Shin Tu was going to do, but he was going to the cave where he had been performing alchemy. At any time, great strength was the guarantee of survival. Yang Kai understood this better than anyone else. Because of Lu Gue Chen's seal, he couldn't improve his strength for 2 months, so he really didn't want to waste this rare cultivation environment, so he couldn't wait. Senior, I want to go to the cave where you found me before to cultivate and perform alchemy. Is that all right? Just in case, Yang Kai sent a divine sense message to Gue Zhu. A moment later, Gue Zhu's voice sounded in his ear, Go, there's no need for you for the time being. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded, summoned his star shuttle, and flew off. Not long after flying out, though, a tender voice suddenly called out from the side, Yang Kai. Yang Kai paused and turned his head towards the source of the voice, seeing He Zhao and He Miao flying towards him. A moment later, the two sisters arrived in front of him. He Zhao's expression was a bit complicated, seemingly not knowing what to say. He Miao, on the other hand, asked bluntly, Did you really kill Brother Wei Wu? What do you think? Yang Kai didn't answer directly. I don't think it's possible. He Miao spat disdainfully. Brother Wei Wu was a third-order saint, and his strength was completely inherited from Master. You're so weak. How could you possibly kill him? Am I weak? Yang Kai was stunned. He Miao looked at him seriously, sweeping him with her divine sense before giggling. In any case, you're not strong. I think I can easily defeat you. Is that so? Yang Kai gently nodded, not bothering to explain, instead asking, do you need something from me? Hizeo said softly, we came to apologize to you. She bit her red lips lightly and said apologetically, you helped us in the chaotic abyss, saving our lives. We should have thanked you properly, but Master, it's none of your business. Yang Kai smiled, not caring at all. In any case, we're very sorry. On top of that, Master was very angry because of Brother Wei Wu's death and told us to find an opportunity to kill you. Yang Kai, if we sisters really draw our swords against you in the future, please don't blame us. That wasn't our intention. Yang Kai grinned, I know, but if you really do that, please be prepared to be killed by me. I won't let you kill me without fighting back. You're so arrogant. He Miao snorted. If we sisters really wanted to kill you, would you be able to resist? You'll know if you try. He Miao, don't be so rude, Hizeo scolded softly. I know, He Miao spat out her tongue. Is there anything else? Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. No, we came here to tell you this. Then we'll meet again. Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle again and was about to leave when he suddenly frowned and asked, let me ask you, if the two of you die in the chaotic abyss, what benefit will it bring to Wei Wu? What do you mean? Hizeo looked at him suspiciously. Kai Yang chuckled. I was just casually asking. Hizeo frowned and thought for a moment before saying seriously, Master is a member of Sword Union and doesn't have many disciples. We sisters and Brother Wei Wu are among the best, so if we die, Master will definitely cultivate him with all his strength. Then how did you get lost in the chaotic abyss? Yang Kai asked again. Brother Wei Wu sent us a message and told us to wait outside the chaotic abyss, but we didn't expect to encounter a group of people from Purple Star. We sisters were outnumbered and were forced? As Hizeo spoke, her pretty face suddenly changed color, as if she had thought of something, her tender body trembling slightly as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Farewell. Yang Kai didn't say much, his figure wrapped in a blue light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Hizeo with a thoughtful look, her pretty face filled with anger, and He Miao at a loss. After a while, He Miao whispered softly, that person is really strange, spouting nonsense without rhyme or reason. I feel like he's more astute than anyone else. Hizeo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a different light, and you're looking down on him too much. Him being able to kill Brother Wei Wu is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Perhaps he doesn't even put the two of us in his eyes. No way, elder sister, aren't you overestimating him too much? He Miao exclaimed. Do you remember when we met him in the chaotic abyss? He didn't try to avoid us at all. He didn't know who we were or if we had any malicious intent towards him, but he still waited in place. In other words, he felt that with his strength, even if we had malicious intent towards him, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Hizeo shouted. Chapter 10:14. Inside the cave, a clear spring filled with world energy flowed down from the stalactites and splashed onto the ground, making a crisp, tinkling sound. The entire cave was filled with clouds and mist, and the world energy was so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Yang Kai sat cross-legged inside the cave, the millions of pores on his body relaxing as they madly swallowed the mist-like world energy, gradually increasing his strength at an imperceptible rate. Before leaving for Star Territory, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint Realm. After wandering around Star Territory for many days, he had not found a place to settle down and had no time to cultivate. Later, when he encountered the people from Purple Star, he was captured by them and taken into their starship, giving him even less opportunity to cultivate. Before he had time to escape, he had fallen on this floating continent with the people from Purple Star, and his cultivation had been sealed for 2 months. Now that he had obtained some freedom, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Only by becoming stronger would everything be possible. Even in the most desperate of adversity, Yang Kai never had the thought of giving up. The terrain of this cave had been artificially modified by him, allowing the world energy to gather and pour in more quickly, allowing him to absorb and utilize it to the greatest extent. Yang Kai's cultivation base was slowly increasing. When he was tired of cultivating, he would casually refine a few pills to adjust his mood. Or he would go out and walk around, experiencing the beautiful scenery of this continent. He would search for high-grade medicinal herbs in the crevices of the mountain streams and jungles. Shin too was right. The materials contained in this damned place were simply too rich. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines almost everywhere, and each one of them was extremely old and rich. Any alchemist who came here would likely be ecstatic and excited to the point of having a heart attack. The pills Yang Kai refined were also used to assist him in his cultivation. Every time he swallowed a saint pill, his cultivation speed almost reached its limit. Yang Kai's current cultivation was no longer just a matter of gathering strength. Having reached this level of strength, every breakthrough required a dual enhancement of strength and realm. Strength included physical strength, realm included mental state, and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Any deficiency would lead to an inability to improve one's cultivation. Yang Kai's cultivation was smooth, and there was no such thing as a bottleneck. Days passed, and in this excellent cultivation environment, Yang Kai grew at the speed of light, faintly feeling that he had reached the second-order saint realm. He estimated that it had been almost a year since he and Shun Tu parted ways. After such a long time, Yang Kai had not met or communicated with anyone, but he was still able to faintly perceive the changes in this floating continent. The cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union seemed to be disappearing every few days. Their life auras had suddenly disappeared from this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew what their fates were. He must have been thrown into the space array by Guizhou, never to return. In the beginning, he could sense scattered cultivators nearby through his divine sense, but in the last half a year, no one had come to this area. With Yang Kai, Yang had Yang Qi from the origin with Yang. On this day, Yang Kai was quietly cultivating when his expression suddenly changed, and he opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. Over there, a gloomy aura spread out like an explosion, instantly sweeping across most of the floating continent. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could not help shivering as he circulated his true Yang Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of this cold aura. At the same time, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the plants outside the cave he was living in were rapidly withering and the ground had become lifeless, as if it had lost all life. Guizhou's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Why? Why haven't I succeeded? This old master has worked hard for 1,000 years. Why can't I leave this damned place? His voice was hysterical. When he became angry, the entire floating continent changed. Yang Kai suddenly realized that even after such a long time, Guizhou still did not seem to have made any progress in the space array. All the hopes he had seen before had turned into despair at this moment. Yang Kai held his breath and remained motionless. "Little brat, get over here for this old master." Guizhou's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai's expression became bitter, knowing that if it was a blessing or a curse, he would not be able to avoid it. Reluctantly standing up, he walked out of the cave and flew his star shuttle towards the mountain peak where Guizhou was. After an hour, Yang Kai arrived halfway up the mountain and landed. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai sighed heavily. He found that the original team of nearly 100 cultivators was now reduced to less than 10. The others had long since disappeared. Of these 10 people, more than half were people he knew. Sword Union's Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao. Purple Star's Lu Guichun and Bai Ye. And Shun Tuesday Lu Shan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen, most likely dead. Seeing Kai Yang appear, these people all raised their heads to look at him. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them, causing them to not even dare to breathe loudly. This time, the reunion of these fallen cultivators was completely different from the last time. Last time, although everyone was in a state of panic, they at least had some hope that they would be able to leave this place one day and escape from Guizhou's control. But now, everyone was in low spirits, their eyes dim, without a trace of hope. They were like a group of prisoners waiting to die. Shintu nodded gently to Yang Kai. not in the mood to say anything. Little brat, you've been living quite comfortably these days. Guizhu stood in the center of the space array and sneered at Yang Kai. Senior, I've been very well behaved these days, living in seclusion and not causing any trouble. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, not understanding why he had become the target of this old monster again. This old master knows. Your whereabouts can't be hidden from this old master's investigation. So this old master naturally knows you've been very well behaved. Guizhu chuckled. But it's because of this that this old master is very unhappy. Why do I feel like you're not worried about leaving this damned place at all? Yang Kai immediately understood where the problem lay. It was precisely because he was too well behaved that he was being targeted. Everyone else was in a state of panic every day, but Yang Kai was completely unaffected, obviously different from the rest. Junior is naturally worried, but this kind of thing can be left to Senior's discretion. Junior's strength is low and his knowledge is short, so he really can't think of a good way to leave this place. Less flattery. Guizhu's expression became sullen. If you had said a few nice words normally, this old master would have been happy, but now, this old master won't buy it. Yang Kai suddenly fell silent. Yushi, Lu Guichun, and the others all looked panicked as they listened to the conversation between Yang Kai and Guizhu, secretly praying that Yang Kai didn't know what was good for him and provoke Guizhu even more. Guizhu's figure staggered as if he was about to collapse, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets with dark circles under them. However, an enemy came to seek revenge on this old master, and in one night, his wife and children were separated and his family was destroyed. This old master didn't die but was seriously injured and fled into the chaotic abyss, where he lost his way. Soon after, an outbreak in the chaotic abyss brought this old master to this world. This place is rich in materials and world energy, so this old master thought it was an opportunity given to me by the heavens, allowing me to cultivate here so I could go out and seek revenge on my enemy. Saying so, his face gradually became fierce. But I never thought this old master would have already reached the Origin King realm. This damned place is like a cage that binds this old master, making it impossible for this old master to leave. If this old master can't leave, even if his strength reaches the heavens, what use is it? This old master must seek revenge, kill that man, and avenge my wife and children. Guizhu roared to the crowd. Senior, 2,000 years have passed. Your enemy may have died long ago. Yang Kai frowned. Then I will slaughter his descendants for 10,000 generations and make his bloodline disappear from this world. I will kill all those who are related to him. I will slaughter all the stars he belongs to and turn them into a dead star. Guizhu seemed to have gone mad as he shouted loudly, his ghost chi swirling around him, making him look extremely terrifying. Do you understand this old master's obsession? Guizhu turned his head and looked at everyone. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Good, you understand. Guizhu grinned wickedly and shouted, then help this old master one last time. After this time, this old master will not look for you again. Everyone's heart was shrouded in uneasiness. Guizhu didn't care what everyone thought and quickly began to work on the space array, modifying the layout of the spirit array while saying, thanks to your arrival, this old master has had many opportunities to experiment. This old master doesn't understand the mysteries of space, so this void corridor has always been unstable. I don't know exactly where it will teleport me, but this time, all of you are on your own. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck. As he spoke, Guizhu finished modifying the spirit array, and the void corridor appeared again at the gate covered in a thin layer of space spirit crystal. He beckoned to Yang Kai. Boy, come here. Me again? Yang Kai was furious. Last time, when Guizhu summoned everyone, he was the first to be called out, and this time, the situation was the same. Yang Kai really didn't know what he had done to make Guizhu unhappy. Enough nonsense. Guizhu didn't allow him to explain, reaching out his bony hand towards Yang Kai and directly grabbing him. Senior, isn't this a bit unfair to him? Last time you went looking for him. This time you should be looking for someone else. A voice suddenly sounded. Guizhu, who was preparing to throw Yang Kai into the void corridor, glanced over and saw Hizeo's pretty face pale as she stared back at him. Yonkai's expression changed, not having expected that at this last moment, she would actually speak up for him. "That's right, senior, you're targeting Brother Young too much." Shintu gawked for a moment before boldly agreeing. Miao's pair of beautiful eyes flashed as she nodded nervously, a look of agreement on her face. Chapter 10:15. Guizhu lifted Yongkai and stared at Hizeo with a strange expression. Hizeo was obviously scared to death, her tender body trembling slightly, but she still refused to look away from Guizhu's gaze. Everyone was surprised. The beautiful woman from Sword Union, Yushi, covered her mouth and shouted, "What are you doing? Sit down obediently for me." Hizeo didn't move, unable to sit down. Under the influence of Guizhu's oppressive aura, she didn't even have the strength to move a finger, her body dripping with sweat and her face as pale as paper. Suddenly, Guizhu let out a strange laugh and asked Yongkai, "What's your relationship with this little girl? Strangers meeting by chance. Did she fall in love with you at first sight?" "I don't think so." Yongkai shook his head as he stared at Hizeo, his mood complicated. "Then why did she help you?" Guizhu's smile became even stranger. He saved us sisters' lives." Hizeo's trembling voice sounded as she answered Guizhu's question. "And good. Little girl, you clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. However, if this old master were to let him go, would you be willing to take his place?" Guizhu looked at Hizeo with a wicked smile. Hizeo's face became paler and paler as her tender body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to give an answer. Yongkai also couldn't help turning his eyes to her, wondering how she would answer. Lu Guichan, Baya, and the others all stared at Hizeo while Yushi kept winking at her, indicating that she shouldn't act recklessly. Hizeo took a deep breath, her bright eyes suddenly becoming firm, as if she had made a decision. She lightly opened her red lips and was about to give her answer. "No need," Yongkai frowned. "Senior, you don't need to pay attention to her. Let's begin." Guizhu gawked for a moment before glancing over at Yongkai thoughtfully and nodding. "Seems you have some backbone, not expecting a woman to help you out. Everyone, don't worry. This time none of you will be able to escape. All of you must go in." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They thought that this time would be the same as before, that Guizhu would throw someone into the void corridor to explore the situation. They thought that with the death of Yongkai, they would be able to drag out an ignoble existence for a while. They thought that misfortune wouldn't fall upon them so quickly, but things turned out very differently from what they had imagined. Guizhu obviously wanted to cut off all means of retreat and go all out. After understanding this, everyone had a bitter expression. They secretly felt that this time, no matter what, they would not be able to escape. They were afraid that they would really die here, following in the footsteps of those who had died before. The rainbow-colored sky also became hazy at this moment, making people's hearts heavy. "Brother Yang, have a safe journey. I'll come over to accompany you in a bit. I promise you won't be lonely." Shintu, facing imminent death, didn't forget to bid farewell to Yongkai. Yongkai gently nodded. "Kid, go in." Guizhu didn't want to waste any more time, releasing a wisp of resentment from his body and wrapping it around Yongkai's body before tossing him into the void corridor. While sensing the feedback from the wisp of resentment, Guizhu opened his hand and pulled Hizeo over, grinning wickedly as he said, "Little girl, don't worry. This old master will send you to accompany your savior. I hope all of you have good luck and don't end up like those people who died before you. Old monster, you've done too much evil. One day someone will make you pay the price." Hizeo grit her teeth and shouted, "Don't worry." Guizhu didn't care, releasing a wisp of resentment and wrapping it around Hizeo. Just as he was about to throw Hizeo into the void corridor as well, his body stiffened and his pair of gloomy eyes turned towards the void corridor, a look of excitement appearing on his face, as if he had made a special discovery. The next moment, he suddenly roared, "Little brat, you actually have such skill?" Saying so, he threw Hizeo aside and disappeared, laughing heartily. From far away, his wild laughter rang out. Halfway up the mountain, Hizeo's face was ashen as she stood there motionless, staring in the direction Guizhu left, not knowing what had happened. He Miao hurriedly rushed up, tears filling her eyes as she worriedly asked, "Elder sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine," He Zhao shook her head. At this moment, besides being covered by a wisp of resentment which made her feel a little cold, there was nothing wrong with her. That Guizhu hadn't done anything to her. What happened? Why did that old monster suddenly leave? Yushi also rushed up. Lu Guichun, Bai Ya, Shin Tu, and the others also approached, all of their eyes focused on He Zhao, hoping she could give them an answer. Everyone seemed to think that she, who had been standing with Guizhu at that time, must have noticed something. "I don't know," He Zhao shook her head. "You really don't know?" Lu Guichun confirmed with distrust. "I really don't know. That's strange. Why did that senior suddenly leave? Could it have something to do with Yang Kai?" He Miao asked innocently. The words that old man said before he left were clearly referring to Yang Kai. Hearing her say this, everyone suddenly remembered, and after thinking about it carefully, all of them felt it was quite possible. It was as if Yang Kai had some kind of extraordinary means that Guizhu was very interested in, but at that time, Yang Kai had already been thrown into the void corridor. So why would Guizhu chase after him? That old bastard couldn't have gone crazy, right? Shin Tu's mouth twitched. This was the only way to explain Guizhu's strange actions. "I hope he forgets our existence," Lu Guichun prayed, deceiving himself. Somewhere on the floating continent, space was suddenly torn apart and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai's face sank and he couldn't help cursing. He found that he was still on this strange continent. Before he could catch his breath, though, Guizhu's aura approached him at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai saw a dark figure rushing towards him. Before this person even arrived, a bloodthirsty wraith rushed out of Guizhu's body and pounced towards him. Yang Kai's face changed and he tore space again, escaping into the void. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 kilometers away. Guizhu pounced on empty air, but after releasing his divine sense, he accurately located Yang Kai's current position and continued to chase after him with a grin. "Little brat, you've hidden your strength well, but you can't escape this old master's palm." Guizhu spared no effort in his pursuit, vowing to capture Yang Kai. Kai Yang continued to flee. The bitterness in his heart was like a gold thread. As early as a year ago, when he was first chosen by Guizhu, he had been hiding his ability to tear space, not hesitating to use the power of his soul clone which he had spent 10 years cultivating. He regarded this as his last life-saving method and secretly hoped that he could tear space to leave this damned place and return to the chaotic abyss, escaping Guizhu's control. It wasn't until today that he was forced to use this method that he realized he had been too naive. It seemed that because Guizhu had constructed a space array here and was constantly experimenting with it, the entire floating continent's territory was in chaos, making the turbulence in the void more dangerous than ever. Even though Yang Kai had studied the Tao of space, he didn't dare to stay in the void for too long. This meant that under Guizhu's pursuit, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. If not for this, he could have hidden in the void and waited until Guizhu thought he was dead before quietly taking action. Now, Yang Kai could only constantly use his divine technique to tear space as he chased after Guizhu. Every time he tore space, Yang Kai consumed a great deal of his physical strength and spiritual energy, so after only 3 or 5 times, he was already panting. The strength in his body was inexhaustible, and even if he ran out, he could still use the divine tree to provide him with more, but replenishing his spiritual energy was not so convenient. Yang Kai gradually despaired, feeling that he couldn't escape no matter what. "Junior, don't run. As long as you're still on this continent, you can't escape." Guizhu's voice clearly came from far away, but it still rang clearly in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to tear space, disappearing a few hundred kilometers away. Guizhu's voice continued to ring in his ears. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare escape again, this old master will make you pay the price when he catches you. Because you're determined to oppose this old master, I'd like to see how long you can last. This old master knows you're already a little weak. You're just a first-order saint cultivator, After tearing space so many times, how much strength do you have left? Obediently surrender, and this old master won't embarrass you. Good, good, good. If you stop, this old master won't chase you. This old master swears to the heavens that he won't touch a single hair on your head. This old master will keep his word. His attitude and words gradually changed, as if he found that Yang Kai's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations, causing his confidence to begin to waver. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed and he stopped running. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly tossed a few pills into his mouth to supplement his spiritual energy and took some myriad drug milk, quickly replenishing his nearly depleted knowledge sea. Guizhu's figure appeared in the next moment, standing a few dozen meters away from Yang Kai, glaring at him with a gloomy expression. Grinning, Guizhu said, "Boy, you really are full of surprises. This old master didn't expect you to have such means. There are many things you can't imagine." Yang Kai tore space and hid half of his body inside a void crack, preparing to escape at a moment's notice. "Don't be so nervous, let's talk." Guizhu raised his hands and gestured, a kind smile appearing on his face, seemingly harmless to humans and animals alike. "This old master has seen your means, but do you really think this old master can't stop you? Don't forget, this old master has also studied space principles for over 1,000 years. Since you have such ability, why haven't you done anything yet? What are you worried about?" Yang Kai said indifferently. Guizhu curled his lips. If this old master really wanted to stop you, he could, but as for whether he would be dead or alive, this old master can't guarantee. That's why this old master allowed you to act so presumptuously. Don't think too highly of yourself. Chapter 10:16. You have something to ask of me, so naturally you won't attack me, Yang Kai snorted. If not, do you think this old master would show mercy to you? Guizhu smiled coldly. Enough nonsense. This old master didn't know you were proficient in space principles before, but it's not too late to find out now. Why don't you cooperate with this old master and find a way out of here? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai frowned. This old master will give you freedom. I'll give you whatever you want. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You can find a way out of here, but when you do, you'll have to take this old master with you, Guizhu chuckled. This old master's painstakingly researched space array won't be of any use, but since you've also studied space principles, you may have a way. I don't trust you. Yang Kai shook his head. Dealing with this kind of old monster, the slightest mistake could lead to irreparable damage. Then what will make you trust this old master? Swear an oath. Guizhu's expression became strange as he grinned. You believe this old master's oath? This old master can go back on his word at any time. Swear in the name of your dead wife and children and I'll believe you. Yang Kai said seriously. Brat, don't push your luck. Guizhu's expression suddenly became violent, as if Yang Kai's words had touched his bottom line. He shouted, angering me won't do you any good. I can kill you now and use my soul-searching technique to obtain your research on space principles. The chances of success aren't high. Perhaps you can obtain my research on space principles. Perhaps you won't be able to obtain anything, and even if you do obtain it, you won't necessarily be able to comprehend it. This kind of thing depends on one's aptitude, which is why you haven't achieved anything after 1,000 years of research. Your comprehension of space principles is very poor. Yang Kai said bluntly, not at all afraid of angering Guizhu. He stared at Guizhu intently and asked, do you want to take a gamble? Guizhu's expression became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai like he wanted to eat him alive, as if he couldn't wait to kill him and search his memories, but his eyes were filled with hesitation. Yang Kai's words hit the nail on the head, making him hesitate. If you don't swear in the name of your dead wife and child, I will enter the spatial crack right now and never come out. I would rather die in there than cooperate with you. After I die, you can slowly fiddle with that space array of yours and wait for it to work. Saying so, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to give Guizhu any more time to consider and immediately rushed into the void. Wait, Guizhu shouted, his face twitching as a gloomy aura surged from his body. Suddenly, he laughed and nodded. Brat, you've got guts, daring to talk terms with this old man. Yang Kai shrugged. Cooperating with you is like asking a tiger for its skin. I have to be careful. All right, you win. This old man swears in the name of his wife and children that as long as you cooperate obediently, I won't do anything to you. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Kai shook his head. Brat, what else do you want? Guizhu shouted. It's not you who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Such an oath has no meaning. You don't need me to teach you how to swear, do you? Guizhu stared at him coldly, his sunken eyes flashing a bone-chilling murderous intent. He slowly closed his eyes. He didn't play any tricks with his words. He honestly swore an extremely vicious oath on the name of his dead wife and child. Yang Kai walked out of the void and said lightly, "Wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier? Brat, I want to kill you now, grind your bones to ashes, and scatter your soul in order to relieve the hatred in my heart." Guizhu stared at him coldly. I believe Senior cares a lot about his wife and child, otherwise, you wouldn't still want to avenge them 2,000 years ago. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Senior is also an infatuated man. Guizhu's violent expression quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun, and a look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes, as if he was thinking of his wife and child. The past is the past. Come back with me first. We'll discuss how to leave here together. Guizhu's tone suddenly calmed down, as if he no longer wanted to vent his anger on Yang Kai. Saying so, with a wave of his sleeve, Guizhu wrapped Yang Kai up and returned the way they came. On the flat ground on the mountainside, everyone waited in fear, the atmosphere silent. Although Guizhu had been gone for an hour, none of them dared to escape from here. This continent was Guizhu's territory, so there was nowhere they could escape. Everyone was in a state of panic, secretly hoping that Guizhu would never return, or even die somewhere. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, though, Yushi's face suddenly changed and she shouted, "He seems to be back." Saying so, she turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Following her gaze, everyone found a black cloud rapidly approaching, and from this black cloud came Guizhu's cold aura, causing everyone to shiver. Despair once again enveloped everyone's hearts. Shintu called out in surprise as he stared towards the black cloud in confusion. He seemed to see Yang Kai's figure looming over it, causing him to freeze on the spot. Everyone else also quickly noticed this unusual phenomenon and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. Yang Kai had clearly been thrown into the void corridor by Guizhu before, but now he had returned together with him. None of them could find an explanation for this scene. A moment later, the black cloud fell and the figures of Guizhu and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone. After confirming that what they had just seen was not an illusion, everyone's expression became strange as they stared back and forth between Yang Kai and Guizhu. Soon, everyone was shocked to discover that Guizhu and Yang Kai seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. This old monster's attitude towards Yang Kai was obviously different from before. "What do you need? Just tell me and figure out a method as soon as possible. This old master doesn't want to wait any longer," Guizhu ordered faintly. "Even if you don't want to wait, you have to wait." Yang Kai shook his head. "Thanks to you. The void territory of this continent is very chaotic right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been caught by you. I could have simply hidden inside a void crack and not come out." "What does that have to do with this old master?" Guizhu felt a little wronged. "This space array you created." Yang Kai pointed to the other side. Guizhu suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't say anything. Although he wasn't proficient in the mysteries of space, he had studied it for 1,000 years, so he knew that the chaos in the void territory that Yang Kai was talking about was definitely caused by this space array constantly opening a void corridor. The creation of this void corridor was distorting space. "Stop this space array first and wait for a few days until the distorted territory stabilizes before I can begin studying it," Yang Kai said. Guizhu didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, causing the spirit array to cease operating and the void corridor to close in an instant. "How long do we have to wait?" Guizhu asked eagerly. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Maybe half a month, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, who knows?" "Little brat, you're not using this as an excuse to stall for time, are you?" Guizhu looked at him suspiciously. "Don't forget, Although I made an oath, that's on the premise that you cooperate obediently. If you dare play any tricks, this old master will never show mercy. What good is stalling for time to me? Even if I delay for 10 years, I still won't be your opponent. Yang Kai snorted. Seems you know what's good for you. Guizhu was satisfied. Good, then that's it for the time being. You can live here. This old master has opened up a secluded home over there. The world energy aura here is the richest on this continent, so you can cultivate here for a while. I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself here, and if you have any other needs, just let me know. Guizhu ordered before his figure flickered and disappeared. He didn't care what Lu Guichun and Yu Shi thought. After he left, Shen Tu walked over to Yang Kai and exclaimed, Yang Kai, what's going on? How come you and that senior seem to get along so well? And how did you escape from that void corridor? He couldn't understand what was going on, his face filled with confusion. The same was true for everyone else, all of them focusing their eyes on Yang Kai, hoping he could give them an answer. He had something to ask of me, so we reached some kind of consensus and agreement, Yang Kai explained casually. Something to ask of you? Shin Tu was stunned. What kind of skill do you have to make such a character beg of you? Yushi frowned, a look of disbelief on her face. Yang Kai glanced over at her, too lazy to respond. Little brother. Lu Guichen lightly coughed, his face filling with a smile. The way he addressed Yang Kai had also changed. May I ask, does this mean we're safe for the time being? That senior won't let us enter that void corridor again to investigate the situation? Yang Kai nodded. You won't enter that void corridor again. Really? He Miao's beautiful eyes lit up as she couldn't help feeling a little overjoyed, feeling like she had just escaped from certain death. But whether you're safe or not, I don't know. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stared at Lu Guichun maliciously. Lu Guichen's face changed as he suddenly remembered that he had some grievances with this young man. When he first arrived here, it was he who had placed a seal on Yang Kai's body that caused him to lose his strength. Now that Yang Kai and Guizhu had reached a consensus and agreement, his status was obviously different from that of prisoners. As long as he had the protection of that old monster, Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted here. Realizing this, Lu Guichen panicked, fearing that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him in the future, quickly putting on a flattering smile and cupping his fists. Little brother, this Lu had eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive him. Bai Ya's pretty face also paled. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes filled with panic, but she still managed to squeeze out an embarrassed smile and said in a charming voice, Little brother, I was wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. From now on, I'll listen to your orders and do whatever you want me to do. Okay? I know a lot of things. I promise you I won't let you down. Her last words were full of deep meaning, and it was likely that as long as one was a man, they would be able to understand what she meant. Chapter 10:17. At this moment, the two Purple Star Masters both lowered their heads and begged for mercy. They understood that the current situation was pressing, and that Yang Kai was no longer the young man they could ignore. He should have the ability to control the life and death of all of them, as long as Guizhu really had something to ask of him. To the side, Shen Tu's body trembled as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected the situation to become so dramatic, chuckling meaningfully as he watched the show from the sidelines. He was secretly looking forward to seeing what answer Yang Kai would give. Yushi's pretty face also changed several times as she stared at Yang Kai, a strong sense of dread and vigilance flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lu Guichun and Yang Kai didn't have a good relationship, but her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't any better. After Wei Wu was killed, she had gone to Yang Kai and declared that one day she would make Yang Kai pay the price. At that time, Yang Kai had also unceremoniously retorted with a few words. All the words he had said to her in the past still rang in her ears, causing Yushi's heart to fill with bitterness, not knowing what to do. The masters on both sides were depressed and couldn't help feeling like they had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Facing Yang Kai was even more frightening than facing Guizhu. At the very least, they knew Guizhu's goals and methods. What they didn't know was what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai stared coldly at Lu Guichen and Bai Ya, and seeing the smiles on their faces that were uglier than crying, he suddenly felt a sense of disgust. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. More than a year ago, when he had fallen into this predicament, he had been subdued by Lu Guichen in a single move without being able to resist. But now, this master who could kill him in a single move was humbly begging him, fawning over him with a face full of flattery. All because he had a master like Guizhu behind him. Yang Kai had wanted to borrow Guizhu's hand to kill Lu Guichen in order to avenge his sealed cultivation, but now he wasn't in the mood to do so. Because even if Guizhu killed Lu Guichen, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to be happy. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I heard that your purple star people collected a lot of herbs some time ago?" Lu Guichen was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, "I have collected a lot, but because I didn't have a storage artifact, I wasn't able to properly protect them, so the medicinal efficacies have faded a little, but it's not a big deal." This Lu heard that little brother is an alchemist? It seems that these herbs will be of great use to little brother here. Little brother should refine these herbs into pills as soon as possible, so as to avoid wasting heaven's gifts. Yang Kai grinned with satisfaction and asked, "Where are your Saint Crystals?" "They're all in a hidden place. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is extremely dense, and we haven't been able to use them. How about we give them to little brother? Anyway, it's just sitting there." Very good, very good. You are very sensible." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, gently patting Lu Guichen's shoulder. His mood very good as he winked to Shen Tu, "Go with him and get those things back." "Understood." Shen Tu's body trembled as he straightened his back like a javelin. "There's no time to lose. We might as well go now." Lu Guichen smiled awkwardly, impatient to escape from this place lest Yang Kai find trouble with him again. Saying so, he excused himself from Yang Kai and led Shen Tu away. Seeing him act so hypocritically and flatteringly, Yushi couldn't help showing a look of disdain and contempt. She had been dealing with Lu Guichen for many years and firmly believed that whether it was his cultivation or methods, he was no worse than her. The two of them were evenly matched, but seeing Lu Guichen act so humbly, lowering his status, Yushi felt like she was being degraded by him. Her already bad mood became even worse. "As for you," Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at her, a strange smile appearing on his face, his eyes burning hot as they swept over Yushi's full breasts, slender waist, and slender legs, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Although Yushi was Hizeo and Himiao's master, her true age was definitely not young, but her cultivation was extremely high, so the flowing time Great Emperor hadn't left many traces on her body, instead giving her a mature charm. She looked just like a young woman who had just gotten married, sweet and delicious. Yang Kai couldn't help praising her in his heart, feeling that this beautiful woman's appearance was even more outstanding than her two apprentices. His eyes were unscrupulous and extremely aggressive, not even bothering to hide his intentions. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Yushi couldn't help feeling like she was being stripped naked, as if she was standing in front of this young man without a stitch of clothing on her body. Unable to suppress the shame and anger in her heart, her tender body trembled as she shouted, "What do you want? We can give you our herbs and Saint Crystals, but don't expect me to beg you like Lu Guichen." "Quite the backbone. I like it." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't think I won't do anything to you just because you are Hizeo and Himiao's master. You are no different from Purple Star to me. If it weren't for Senior Guizhu's protection on this continent, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by you. A person like you deserves to die." Yushi sneered. "What kind of person am I? Are you familiar with me? What qualifications do you have to judge me? I saved your two disciples, but not only did you not know how to repay my kindness, you even guarded against me and deliberately made things difficult for me. It's fine that you took back the ring you gave me, but I don't care about that anyway. Wei Wu wanted to kill me and was killed by me because he was not strong enough, but you want to avenge him without asking for the reason. Ask your two apprentices carefully what kind of person I am and what kind of person Wei Wu is." Yang Kai shouted. "What do you mean?" Yushi's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, feeling that he seemed to be implying something. "Baya," Yang Kai shouted. "What's the matter, little brother?" Baya smiled awkwardly. "You are from Purple Star. Tell me how you found Hizeo and Himiao and how you forced them into the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai stared at Yushi coldly while speaking to Baya. Yushi couldn't help turning her eyes to Baya, waiting for her answer. Baya didn't dare to conceal anything, her red lips squirming as she said, "Someone from your sword union sent a message saying that the one who obtained the Star Sect command was at the edge of the chaotic abyss. Otherwise, how could we have found the two sisters in the vast star territory?" Yushi's tender body trembled as a look of disbelief flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Master, the reason we stopped there at the time was because we received a message from Big Brother Wei Wu. He said you would come find us and told us not to run around." Hizeo whispered to Yushi, "I never gave such an order." Yushi shook her head, her face pale, seemingly unable to accept what she had just heard. "Who was the one who sent you the message?" Hizeo looked at Baya and asked. Baya slowly shook her head. "I don't know. Only Master Lu knows. When he comes back, you might as well ask him." Yushi muttered in a daze, "Impossible. Wei Wu can't be such a person. He grew up by my side. How could he do such a thing?" As she muttered to herself, she suddenly glared fiercely at Yang Kai. "You must have colluded with this cheap slut to slander Wei Wu, right? You're hopeless." Yang Kai shook his head gently, his expression becoming fierce. "Do you remember what I said to you that day?" Yushi showed a panicked expression, her pretty face going pale. How could she not remember Yang Kai's words? Those were the most embarrassing words she had ever heard, and every time she thought about it, she would feel uncomfortable. "An old woman like you isn't worthy of my attention." Yang Kai curled his lips and spat viciously. "You'd better be an old virgin for the rest of your life, untouched by anyone." As soon as these words came out, Hizeo and Himiao both frowned, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, but Baya simply grinned, revealing a knowing look. "You've angered me, but I won't take it out on you. I'll have your two disciples pay the price for you. Their skin is fresh and tender, just to my taste. What do you want to do?" Yushi was furious, quickly shielding Hizeo and Himiao behind her as she stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. "Don't you know what I want to do?" Yang Kai grinned, sending a divine sense message to Guizhu as he spoke. The next moment, a jet-black energy suddenly appeared beside Yushi. This energy was like a ghost, roaring fiercely as it rushed into Yushi's tender body, causing her body to go stiff and unable to move. Two more jet-black energies appeared and wrapped around Hizeo and Himiao like ropes. Himiao suddenly screamed in fright. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to the strange gazes of the bystanders and simply walked forward, picking up Hizeo and Himiao on each of his shoulders. Raising his brow towards Yushi in a show of force, he proudly walked towards the middle of the mountain. "You demon, let go of Hizeo and Himiao. If you dare touch a single finger of theirs, I'll make you pay the price." Yushi screamed hysterically as she watched Yang Kai take her two disciples further and further away, her tender body trembling violently. However, in front of Guizhu's power, she was powerless. "Scream, scream as loud as you can. No one will pay you any mind even if you break your throat." Yang Kai sneered, turning a deaf ear to her threats. "Junior, how can you treat me like this?" Yushi unwillingly shouted, her beautiful eyes bursting with an unforgettable hatred. She felt that even if Yang Kai were to carry her over his shoulder and humiliate her, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger on his two disciples because of her mistakes. If he did that, at least she wouldn't feel guilty towards her two disciples. "This is the fate of those who provoke me." Yang Kai laughed, his figure finally disappearing into the mountain. Yushi's roars and curses continued as the remaining Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators watched Yang Kai's departing back, all of them shuddering, feeling that Yang Kai's actions were too cruel and inhumane. Even Baya couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. After witnessing Yang Kai's viciousness, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated this young man too much. He was simply a cold-blooded and ruthless guy. Perhaps he didn't even have feelings. Compared with his methods, she was a completely good person. Chapter 1018. Inside the belly of the mountain where Guizhu lived, he had opened up a series of huge stone rooms, each of which was quite large and filled with a variety of things. It was impossible to tell where Guizhu had obtained them. The air was dry, and the stone rooms were dotted with strange stones that gave off a soft glow, making them even brighter. This mountain seemed to be the very center of the entire floating continent, and inside it, there were many interconnected corridors that formed a large spirit array that gathered the continent's rich world energy. Compared to Guizhu's methods, Yang Kai's arrangement in the cave 10,000 kilometers away seemed a bit naive and ridiculous. A small stream flowed through these stone rooms, and clear spring water flowed slowly. This was not an ordinary stream, but pure spirit water condensed from pure world energy. Drinking a mouthful of this spirit water was equivalent to absorbing a huge amount of world energy, greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Yang Kai carried Hizeo and Himiao into the belly of the mountain, and after sweeping the area with his divine sense, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The cultivation environment here was simply too good. No wonder Guizhu had chosen this place as his residence. Yang Kai also saw the strangeness of this stream and couldn't help marveling, continuing to follow it into the belly of the mountain. Since being carried on Yang Kai's shoulders, Hizeo hadn't said a word while Himiao was trembling in fear, thinking that Yang Kai, this beast in human clothing, was really going to do something shameless to her. Yushi's heart-rending curses still echoed in her ears, but her voice seemed to have gone hoarse, but no one paid her any attention. Not long after, Yang Kai stopped, found a stone room, and walked in, putting Hizeo and Himiao down. Himiao immediately jumped behind her sister like a rabbit, clutching her clothes tightly as she stared at Yang Kai in horror, trembling as she asked, "What are you doing? You won't do anything to us, right? What do you think?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Himiao couldn't help shivering, becoming more and more panicked. "Stop playing around." Hizeo looked at Yang Kai indifferently, her brow furrowed. "What's the point? Even if you have a grudge with Master, you shouldn't torture her like this. It's too cruel." "Cruel?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and sneered. "People like your master should be taught a lesson. You must have been with her for a long time. Don't tell me you don't know her shortcomings?" Hizeo frowned and sighed softly. "Sometimes, Master is really stubborn and refuses to admit her mistakes. Just like some time ago, she clearly knew that she shouldn't be too vigilant against you and make things difficult for you. She should apologize to you and thank you for saving us, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. That's because I'm weak, so she doesn't take me seriously." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Master is not a bad person. You don't have to say anymore. She once had the intention to kill me, so she has to pay the price. I will decide whether she lives or dies based on her performance." Hizeo's body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai uneasily. "You want to kill Master? Look at her attitude. I won't let anyone who is hostile to me live in this world." Yang Kai's expression was cold. "Even if she is your master, I won't let her live. If you want to take revenge on me because of this, I won't show any mercy. Aren't you just making things difficult for us?" Hizeo smiled bitterly. "That's why I brought you in here," Yang Kai said before using his divine sense to communicate with Guizhu again. A moment later, the evil energy binding Hizeo and Himiao retreated, allowing them to regain their freedom. "Find a place to cultivate. Don't think about going out for the time being. You won't be able to leave anyway," Yang Kai ordered before leaving. After Yang Kai left, Himiao glanced around, took a deep breath, and patted her chest with her small hand. "That scared me to death. I thought he was really going to." Hizeo smiled. "What did you think he was going to do?" Himiao blushed and shyly remained silent. "He's not that kind of person. He brought us in here to punish Master and to give us some benefits." "Give us some benefits?" Himiao was stunned. "When Guizhu was about to throw him into the void corridor, didn't we put in a good word for him?" Hizeo smiled, the desolate stone room suddenly becoming brilliant. "He's a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Bringing us here is definitely to let us cultivate." "Really? I think he's quite scary." Himiao's expression was one of lingering fear. Now that she recalled Yang Kai's appearance, she couldn't help feeling some fear, secretly feeling that this person was too cruel. "What about Master?" Himiao asked. She could still hear Yushi's hoarse voice filled with grief and indignation, making her anxious. Hizeo smiled mysteriously and took out her communication artifact, the two sisters exchanging a glance with each other, their beautiful eyes shining brightly. Hizeo poured her divine sense into this artifact and sent a message to her master, informing her of her sister's current situation. In another stone room, Yangkai found a place to sit down cross-legged and think about his future plans. Although he had now reached an agreement with Guizhou, whether he could leave this continent by tearing the void was something he wasn't sure about. Just now, when he was being chased by Guizhou, he had tried to tear space several times but was only able to appear somewhere on this continent, unable to leave this place and arrive at Starfield, making him feel quite helpless. If this method didn't work, Guizhou would definitely not let him go, and when that time came, he would die a more miserable death than anyone else. Fortunately, he could still buy some time. So Yangkai felt that he had to find a solution as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to let Guizhou see some hope. Hearing Shun Tu's voice from outside, Yangkai's expression changed as he raised his head and asked, "Senior, can my friend come in?" "You can let whoever you want in. In any case, there are many stone rooms here," Guizhou's voice sounded. Yangkai nodded, releasing his divine sense to inform Shun Tuesday. A moment later, Shun Tu walked in carrying several large and small bags. As he walked, he couldn't help marveling at the cultivation environment here, seemingly impressed by it. Arriving at the stone room where Yangkai was, Shun Tu gently put down the things he was carrying on his shoulders and said, "All the things Purple Star collected during this time are here." Lu Guichun didn't dare leave anything behind. There are also St. Crystals. A beautiful figure flashed behind Shin Tu as the beautiful woman, Bai Ya, appeared in front of Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before turning to look at Shin Tuesday. Shin Tu shrugged his shoulders and said, "She wanted to follow me in, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to carry so many things by myself." "Little brother, I came here to apologize to you." Bai Ya put on a delicate and pitiful look, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Biting her thin red lips, she said in a pitiful voice, "You're a magnanimous person. Can't you let bygones be bygones?" Her voice was soft and sweet, but her beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a strong sense of regret, making anyone who saw her feel like she was sincerely admitting her wrongs, making them want to protect her and forgive her for all her previous actions. Shin Tu, on the other hand, couldn't help shivering as he rubbed his arms in dissatisfaction. "Damn, you're making me feel goosebumps all over. Can't you speak properly? Why do you have to be so whiny?" Bai Ya glared at him fiercely before turning to Yang Kai and smiling. "I know I'm cheap, but as long as little brother doesn't mind, I'll only listen to you from now on. I'll do anything you want and serve you like an ox or a horse without complaint." Shin Tu was surprised. "You also know you're cheap?" Bai Ya's face twitched as she looked like she couldn't wait to strangle Shin Tu, but in front of Yang Kai, she didn't dare get angry, her pretty face turning ugly. "Serve you like an ox or a horse?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. Bai Ya nodded firmly. "I'm sincere. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Live," Bai Ya said concisely. "Good, since you're so honest, you'll follow me from now on." Yang Kai gently nodded. Bai Ya's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling brilliance as she happily said, "Many thanks, little brother. This servant will do her best to serve you. I promise you I won't let you down. What should this servant call you from now on? Master?" A faint blush appeared on her face, as if she was a little shy, a little sincere, a little touching. Shin Tu couldn't help staring at her and shaking his head. "Woman, you really know how to act. If I didn't know your background, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by you." Anyone who saw her like this would probably feel some compassion and relax their vigilance towards her. "You two, master and servant, have fun. I won't disturb you," Shin Tu said before asking, "Yang Kai, can I find a place to stay here?" "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks." Shin Tu grinned and was about to leave when he saw Yang Kai toss him a jade bottle. Reaching out and catching it, Shin Tu asked, "What is this?" "A bottle of Saint Pills, used for cultivation." Shin Tu laughed heartily. "Brother is quite considerate. Help yourself." I'll seal off my divine sense so I won't hear anything," he said meaningfully, and soon disappeared without a trace. "Master, would you like this servant to help you massage your shoulders? You seem to be very tired." Baya stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, a strange red glow appearing on her slender white neck, and even her breathing seemed to become hotter. Saying so, regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, Baya walked over to him, sat down cross-legged, and pressed her tender body against his, placing her 2 jade hands on Yang Kai's shoulders and gently massaging them. Her movements were as gentle as water, as if she was treating someone she was infatuated with. Her strength was just right. An inexplicable force stimulated Yang Kai's body through her fingertips, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely comfortable. The excessive fatigue he had felt from being chased by Guizhu instantly disappeared, and he was filled with vigor and vitality. Chapter 10:19. Your craftsmanship is quite good. Yang Kai was stunned. As long as Master likes it. Baya whispered into Yang Kai's ear and said with some self-pity, "This servant doesn't have any other skills, but she knows how to serve people." "Serve men?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Baya giggled and didn't care about Yang Kai's teasing. "Enough. Don't try to use your beguiling techniques on me. They're useless against me," Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Baya's movements stiffened and she quickly withdrew her charm, forcing a smile. "This servant is used to it. Please don't take offense, Master. If I wanted a woman, there are 2 innocent women in the stone room next door. Even if you tried to seduce me, it would be useless." "Master thinks my body isn't clean." Baya smiled bitterly and suddenly said, "Would you like me to teach those 2 girls a lesson? I'm quite good at teaching women. I can guarantee that they won't be able to resist Master's charm and will willingly offer themselves to you. Not only will they let you do whatever you want, they'll also take the initiative to ask for more." Yang Kai's face went black. "I'm regretting keeping you here." Baya didn't dare to say anything and obediently served Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally pressing her hot body and plump breasts against Yang Kai's back. After a while, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw and find a place to live. If I need you, I'll call you. Without my permission, you're not allowed to enter this place." "Yes." Baya got up and walked away, her beautiful hips swaying. In the stone room next door, Miao leaned over and pressed her ear against the stone wall, suddenly calling out angrily, "Elder sister, Yang Kai actually hooked up with that woman Baya. He's too shameless. I think we really need to be on guard against him in the future." Hizeo sat cross-legged on the ground and remained silent. Guizhu didn't show up for half a month, and no one knew what he was doing. During this period of time, Yang Kai had been concentrating on cultivating without any distractions. In the stone room in the belly of the mountain, Hizeo, Miao, Shin Tu, and Baya were all safe and sound, especially Baya. She had changed her previous licentious nature and pledged her allegiance to Yang Kai, becoming more honest than anyone else, no longer acting frivolously like before. Unless Yang Kai summoned her, she would stay in her stone room and never come out. She knew very well that she couldn't move a character like Guizhu, so if she wanted to live, she could only work on Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was happy, she had a chance to survive. For this reason, she did not hesitate to become enemies with Lu Guichun and even handed over the compass artifact used to communicate with the purple star cultivator to Yang Kai to show her determination. Yang Kai had summoned her several times, but he hadn't done anything to her, which made Baya very puzzled. She didn't know if Yang Kai had some kind of problem. Otherwise, why would he be so indifferent towards women? She had made it clear that she wouldn't resist, so why wasn't he the slightest bit tempted? This young man was full of vigor and vitality, so his desire in that aspect was stronger than anyone else's. Could there really be some kind of problem with his body? Baya became more and more suspicious, the look in her eyes changing as she stared at Yang Kai, becoming somewhat sympathetic and pitiful. One day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see Guizhu standing quietly in front of him, staring straight at him, his expression fluctuating slightly. Yang Kai's body stiffened as his heart filled with shock. Yang Kai's current divine sense was quite outstanding, but he still couldn't detect when Guizhu had come here. It had to be said that this old monster's cultivation was simply too heaven-defying. Senior, are you looking for me for something? Yongkai asked. Boy, have you forgotten your task? Guizhu said with some dissatisfaction. I didn't bring you here to improve your strength. Of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that the space territory of this continent hasn't completely stabilized yet. So even if I use my ability to tear space, I won't be able to detect anything. Yongkai replied indifferently, hesitating for a moment before continuing. However, if Senior is in a hurry, I can inquire about something else. Something else? Guizhu showed a puzzled expression. That seven-colored sky. If I'm not mistaken, that seven-colored sky is the cage that binds this continent, and it is because of it that Senior is unable to leave. Guizhu's eyes lit up as he nodded heavily. Boy, you have good eyesight. The sky of this continent is filled with the various territory fields of the chaotic abyss, making it even stranger than the chaotic abyss itself, making it impossible for anyone to fly away from this continent. You being able to see this is beyond this old master's expectations. Since that's the case, I might as well inquire about it. Saying so, he directly grabbed Yongkai and left the mountain like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the sky above the continent. By the time Yongkai came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing 10,000 meters above the ground. Look around carefully. What else can you see? Guizhu stood beside Yongkai and ordered lightly. Yongkai nodded and released his divine sense in all directions. A moment later, he frowned and said, This place is indeed very chaotic, and even my divine sense can't find the right direction. The overlapping territory fields are interfering with my normal judgment. How large does Senior estimate this territory field covers? Guizhu pondered for a moment before saying, This continent isn't too big, so the range of this chaotic territory field shouldn't be too large, probably several thousand kilometers, or even 10,000 kilometers. Every time I tear space, I can only teleport 600 to 700 kilometers at most. If this territory field covers such a large area, it means I would have to tear space at least a dozen times before I can escape from this territory field, and I can't make a single mistake. Yongkai frowned and shook his head. Difficult. If you think it's difficult, why should I keep you around? Guizhu sneered. It's better to kill you now and search your memories with a soul-searching technique while this old master finds a way to escape. Yongkai chuckled. That's a last resort. Unless it's absolutely necessary, Senior doesn't want to do this, right? Guizhu coldly snorted. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Senior, please wait for half a month. After half a month, the continent's territory field should stabilize, and I'll find a way to escape. That's all we can do, Guizhu nodded helplessly. Does Senior have any other instructions? If not, Junior will take his leave first. Wait a moment. Guizhu raised his hand and said, suddenly reaching out and placing it on Yongkai's shoulder. The next moment, an extremely cold force rushed into Yongkai's body and swept through every inch of Yongkai's physique like a swarm of locusts, inspecting him inside and out. Yongkai paled, not knowing why Guizhu suddenly did this. The next moment, Guizhu's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand and summoned something into it. The demon mystic tome. Yongkai's face suddenly became extremely ugly as his eyes flashed vigilantly as he stared at Guizhu. Do you think this old master can't sense the existence of this storage artifact in your body? Guizhu sneered. This old master simply doesn't put it in his eyes. But this thing is a bit strange. Where did you obtain it? The continent I came from, Yongkai replied honestly. There seems to be some kind of inheritance inside it? Guizhu continued to ask. Yes. Yongkai was shocked on the inside, but remained calm on the surface. No wonder there are two completely different types of power in your body. There are also some strange external forces in your body. Yongkai understood that the external forces Guizhu was referring to were the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress tattoos on his body. Boy, have you ever thought about fusing these two completely different forces together? Guizhu suddenly asked. Fusing together? Yongkai was stunned. You have two forces you can use, but don't you think it's inconvenient? Their attributes are polar opposites. If you use one, you'll have to temporarily give up on the other, right? Yes. If you can fuse these two forces together, your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. What should I do? Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai immediately shouted. Guizu's words had opened his eyes to a whole new world, and he couldn't help feeling excited. However, Guizu simply rolled his eyes. How should I know? That's your problem. You figure it out yourself. However, this old master did see someone who was able to perfectly fuse ice and fire forces. That person was a strange genius. Whether you can do it or not will depend on your own efforts. This old master can't help you with this kind of thing as I have no experience with it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Then why is Senior telling me this? Because this old master thinks that the stronger you are, the better chance we have of leaving this place. And no matter how strong you are, you can't escape from this old master's palm. So this old master isn't worried about seeing you become stronger and is instead looking forward to it. Guizu chuckled, not putting Yang Kai in his eyes at all. That's true. Yang Kai nodded with a wry smile. How could an Origin King Realm Star Master care about a small character like himself? Oh, there's actually a strange tree in this storage artifact of yours? It must have been thousands of years for it to grow to such an extent, right? Guizu suddenly exclaimed, his divine sense wandering around Yang Kai's demon mystic tome, marveling at the existence of this divine tree. He didn't care about Yang Kai's ugly expression and continued to pry into the secrets of the demon mystic tome. What is this spirit liquid, spirit milk, and spirit cream? It seems to be quite good. Guizu continued to be surprised. This spirit cream should be at least Saint King grade. Senior, can you give my things back to me? Yang Kai's face went dark as he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Guizu sneered. Are you afraid this old master will covet your treasures? Don't worry, although these things are very good for you, they are of no use to this old master. I won't steal them. Saying so, he continued to investigate. Suddenly, his expression changed and he exclaimed, You actually have this kind of thing? What? Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding what Guizu had discovered in the demon mystic tome that made him look like he had seen a ghost. Where did you get these? Guizu stretched out his hand and pulled out 3 stones. One of them was blood red and contained a rich blood chi, the blood essence stone Yang Kai had obtained before. The other 2 were strange pitch-black round stones. These round stones had many lines that resembled the meridians of a human body, and if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a rhythmic sound coming from these round stones. Yang Kai looked at Guizu's slightly changed expression and suddenly realized that these 2 pitch-black round stones should have a great origin. Chapter 10:20. Where did you get these things? Guizu asked again. Yang Kai answered honestly. The 2 pitch-black round stones had been obtained from different places by chance, while the blood essence stone had been snatched from someone else. Back in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had already obtained it. Yang Kai only understood the role and purpose of the blood essence stone and had used it many times, but he didn't know what these 2 pitch-black round stones were. Senior, do you recognize these 2 strange stones? Yang Kai observed Guizu's expression and asked tentatively. Guizu's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared deeply at the 2 pitch-black round stones, observing the complex patterns on them and listening carefully to their internal movements. After a while, he nodded and said, It seems you don't know what these things are. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai looked at him seriously. Guizu grinned and threw the blood essence stone and the 2 pitch-black round stones back into the demon mystic tome before tossing it to Yang Kai and saying mysteriously, Take good care of them. One day you'll understand. These things require a lot of mineral essence. If you don't have any minerals, you can also use an artifact. Leaving behind these seemingly inexplicable words, Guizu disappeared. Yang Kai was left standing alone in the sky, completely confused by what had just happened. Guizu was obviously unwilling to tell Yang Kai what he knew, which made him very depressed. However, Guizu's words were intriguing. He actually wanted Yang Kai to take good care of these 2 pitch-black round stones. What was so good about taking care of these 2 stones? They weren't living things. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it. and simply ordered the divine tree to continue monitoring the situation of the pitch-black round stones before putting the demon mystic tome back into his body. Returning to the flat area on the mountainside, as soon as he appeared, Yang Kai noticed a pair of ferocious eyes glaring towards him. This gaze belonged to Yu Shi. Her strength had long since been restored, so Gui Zhu had no intention of imprisoning her. Over the past few days, she had remained in this flat area on the mountainside in a daze, no longer possessing the dignified and noble image of a beautiful woman. Seeing her at this moment, this woman's hair was disheveled, and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a deep hatred as she glared at Yang Kai. It was as if she couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Although she had learned everything from He Zhao and He Miao, learning that Yang Kai hadn't done anything to them and had simply left them in the stone room to punish her for her previous rudeness, she still find it somewhat unacceptable. She felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, too sinister. She regarded everything that had happened before as a great humiliation, and she secretly bore a grudge in her heart. Now that she was under the eaves and had no choice but to lower her head, she didn't dare take any excessive actions and could only vent the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart with a hateful glare. Yang Kai didn't seem to see her at all and walked straight into the mountain, his figure disappearing. Yushi closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath to calm her mood. That little brat thinks he can be safe with Gui Zhu's protection, but he doesn't know that he's already dead. Lu Guichen suddenly appeared beside Yushi and sneered. Once Gui Zhu is able to leave here, he will definitely not let him off. When that time comes, he will die. Why are you telling me this? Yushi opened her eyes and glanced over at Lu Guichen coldly. Don't you hate him? He killed one of your disciples and brought your 2 female disciples into the cave. I think you know better than me what will happen to them. He also humiliated you. Don't you hate him? Don't you want to kill him with your own hands? That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Yushi snorted. Lu Guichen smiled. Of course it has something to do with me. I also want his life. Really? Then why did you wag your tail around him a few days ago? Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he pinched his nose and said, The situation forced me to. Do you think I like showing weakness to someone like him? If it weren't for Gui Zhu's protection, I could have killed him at will. Lu Guichen, I want to ask you something. Answer honestly. Yushi suddenly looked at him seriously. What? My disciple Wei Wu. Did he join your Purple Star long ago? What benefits did you promise him that he would not hesitate to betray me and Sword Union? Yushi shouted. Lu Guichen's eyes flashed as he chuckled. What do you mean? I don't understand. You know in your heart. I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. In addition, if you want to take that junior's life, go kill him yourself. Don't try to provoke me and use me to do it. I'm not stupid enough to do that. Yushi said, turning around and walking away, a look of shame on her face as she spoke. Staring at her back, Lu Guichen's face became gloomy. He hadn't expected Yushi to be able to endure this anger. According to common sense, her 2 female disciples had been taken into the cave by Yang Kai and humiliated, so she would have rushed in without hesitation. Lu Guichen didn't understand why Yushi hadn't taken action yet. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai sat next to the spirit stream, watching it flow slowly, lost in thought. Gui Zhu's words today had cleared a layer of fog for him, allowing him to see a new world he had never seen before. Could the 2 forces in his body really be merged together? Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, so the energy in his body was true Yang Saint Qi, while the energy in his unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. Every time Yang Kai used it, he could only use one of these forces while temporarily giving up on the other. He had always thought that the true Yang Saint Qi in his body existed to suppress the evil power in his unyielding golden skeleton, but now that he thought about it carefully, this wasn't the case. Because even if he used his demon god transformation, when his body was filled with evil energy, he wouldn't lose his reason and humanity, nor would he become like an evil demon who didn't recognize anyone. He really hadn't thought about mixing these 2 diametrically opposed forces together before, so it was difficult for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be. So now he was at a loss. However, since Gui Zhu said so, he must have his reasons, so in this case, Yang Kai chose to believe him. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't understand. Cheering himself up, Yang Kai prepared to try. Calming his qi, Yang Kai controlled the true Yang Saint qi in his physique and meridians to return to his dantian. After a while, the strength in his physique disappeared, making him feel a little empty and uncomfortable. This feeling of strength suddenly disappearing was something he had experienced several times before, all of which were due to excessive consumption, but today was the first time he had voluntarily dissipated his strength. Yang Kai then carefully guided the true Yang Saint qi in his dantian into his own meridians. Next, he stimulated his unyielding golden skeleton, drawing out the same portion of evil energy into the same position. When the diametrically opposed energies collided, in an instant, Yang Kai's body shook and a look of pain appeared on his face. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of violent conflict between these two forces, as if two cultivator teams with a blood feud had encountered each other and were fighting to the death. This conflict caused his physique to ache and his meridians to swell. If he listened carefully, he could even hear a burst of crackling sounds coming from there. His true Yang Saint qi and evil energy were colliding and melting. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his expression became ugly. In just a short time, the two energies had completely melted away, leaving nothing behind. His first attempt ended in failure. Yang Kai frowned. This was the first time he had allowed these two forces to exist in his meridians at the same time. He didn't expect it to bring him such uncomfortable memories. The reason why the evil energy and true Yang Saint qi could coexist in his body was because they were stored in different places and had never intersected. It was really difficult to forcibly merge them together. Yang Kai, are you okay? Suddenly, Hizeo's voice came from outside. It seemed that she had been alarmed by the movement just now. I'm fine. Yang Kai looked up and saw the two sisters, Hizeo and Himiao, standing outside, looking towards him. Both of them looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Are you looking for me? We want to go out and accompany Master. It's been more than half a month. She must be very worried about our situation, and you should have calmed down by now, right?" Hizeo pursed her red lips and said with some embarrassment, "Didn't you already send her a message?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What is she worried about?" "You know?" Hizeo was stunned. "Do you think I don't know?" Yang Kai looked at them with amusement and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Go, tell your master my attitude. If she dares to hold a grudge against me and wait for an opportunity to retaliate, I will not let her go." Hizeo nodded and frowned. "I will persuade her, but don't be so unforgiving. After all, my master is older than you." Yang Kai closed his eyes. Hizeo and Himiao glanced at each other before helplessly shaking their heads and turning to leave. After they left, Baya leisurely appeared and looked at their backs, snorting lightly before turning to look at Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai beckoned to her. Baya suddenly walked over, her beautiful figure gracefully standing in front of Yang Kai, her tender body exuding an invisible ripple that made her look radiant and dazzling. "What orders does Master have for me? Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen someone who was able to perfectly fuse two completely different forces together?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Two completely different forces?" Baya was surprised. "For example, water and fire, life and death, light and darkness. How is that possible? Every type of energy is extremely complicated. Even if those powerful experts spend their entire lives, they might not necessarily be able to understand the true essence of a type of energy. It's too unrealistic to want to fuse the energy of water and fire together. They are natural opposites to each other." Baya smiled tenderly, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly asked such a strange question. However, if someone could really master both the water attribute and fire attribute at the same time, perhaps they would be able to accomplish this. In any case, this servant has never seen such an extraordinary person in her life. Chapter 1021. The True Essence of Strength? Yang Kai frowned. Only by studying the mysteries of strength to the extreme and gaining insight into its true essence can one display its full potential. Baya explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Guizhu's words made him feel extremely excited, Secretly feeling that a new world had opened up in front of him, Yang Kai knew that Guizhu was just speaking casually. Yang Kai couldn't point out a clear path, nor could he give Yang Kai any advice. Although this servant has never seen such a strange person before, I have seen two people who cultivate two different attributes fighting side by side. These two attributes should have been mutually exclusive, but in the end they were able to enhance each other's strength, Baya added. There are many such people. I believe Master should have seen them as well. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Baya with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Baya forced a smile and asked shyly, "Why is Master looking at this servant like that?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead felt as if a storm was brewing in his heart. Baya's unintentional words had reminded Yang Kai of some key points in his thoughts. Indeed, it was extremely difficult, or even impossible for two diametrically opposed forces to fuse. However, when two people who cultivated two completely different attributes fought side by side, they could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. This was a common occurrence. Yang Kai and Su Yin were like this. Su Yan's ice cold and his fire attribute could not coexist, but once they fought side by side, their strength would greatly increase. This was because of the existence of the yin-yang joyous unification art. This was even more so when the two of them were dual cultivating. The two attributes coexisted in each other's bodies, transferring from one person to the other and back again. In this process, Su Yan's ice-cold attribute and his true yang attribute were both baptized and sublimated, allowing their strengths to become purer and more condensed. The yin-yang joyous unification art. Yang Kai's expression changed as he fell into a deeper level of contemplation. Recalling the scene of him and Su Yin dual cultivating, Yang Kai savored the bone-chilling sensation, as if Su Yin was right in front of him, their divine senses connected, their hearts and minds connected, and they cultivated together, unable to extricate themselves. Hong. Faintly, Yang Kai felt like he had torn apart a barrier that blocked his vision, allowing him to see a more wonderful world and a higher realm. Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes flashed brilliantly. At that moment, he thought of a possibility. Ice and fire could fuse because they were in a cycle, an endless cycle. In this cycle, they complemented each other and were not restrained by each other. Instead, they strengthened each other's power. If ice and fire, Yang Kai's true strength, Yang Kai, then, strictly speaking, the evil qi inside the unyielding golden skeleton was also a kind of colding qi, but it was different from Su Yan's ice-cold qi. The unyielding golden skeleton's ice-cold qi was able to make people feel as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, causing them to tremble from their flesh to their soul. An invisible wave of qi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body, and in an instant, Baya felt both hot and cold, causing her tender body to shiver as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. She called out tenderly, suddenly realizing that something was wrong with Yang Kai's situation and suddenly feeling frightened. During this time, she had been trying her best to please Yang Kai in order to gain his sympathy so that she could obtain his protection and safety. If something happened to Yang Kai, then all her efforts during this time would have been in vain. Baya was naturally nervous. "Go away." Guizhu's shout came from the void and Baya was immediately grabbed by an invisible force and thrown out of the stone room. Feeling a breeze beside her, Baya turned her head and was shocked to find that Guizhu was already standing beside her, his pair of gloomy eyes flashing a strange light as he stared at Yang Kai who was sitting in the stone room. "Senior, what happened to him?" Baya mustered up her courage and asked. "I don't know, but he seems to have gained something." Guizhu frowned. "What did you talk to him about just now?" Baya hurriedly explained what had happened just now. Hearing this, Guizhu's expression changed and he let out a strange laugh. That little brat. Just because this old master said something in jest, he was able to study to such an extent? I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. "Senior, is he in danger?" Baya covered her mouth. "He wants to fuse two different forces together. Do you think that's not dangerous?" Guizhu grinned. "If he makes a mistake, he'll die on the spot. His courage is quite big." "Senior, can't you stop him?" Baya exclaimed, anxiously asking, "Don't you need his help to find a way out? If he dies, If he dies, that's good. I don't think that little brat really wants to help. Even if he finds a way out, I'm afraid he'll find a way to abandon this old master. Humph, if he dies, this old master can collect his soul and use my soul-searching technique to explore his memories. Guizhu didn't seem to care, instead choosing to just sit back and watch. Baya suddenly understood that begging him was useless. Little girl, you're not really worried about his safety, so why are you so nervous? Guizhu glanced at Baya disdainfully. Baya forced a smile and said, Senior must be joking. I really don't want him to die now. What happened? To the side, Shen-Tu shouted as he quickly approached. When he reached the stone room, he couldn't help being dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, What happened to Brother Yang? Why does he look like he's about to die? As soon as his voice fell, though, Guizhu's expression suddenly became solemn and he shouted, Let's go. With that, he disappeared without a trace. Seeing Guizhu's serious look, how could Baya and Shen-Tu dare to remain? Using their movement skills, the two of them quickly flew out. Just as they left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground outside, two diametrically opposed forces suddenly erupted from the mountain. One was as hot as fire, the other was as cold as ice. Both of these forces were so powerful that they swept through all the stone rooms and corridors inside the mountain, spreading all the way to the outside. Lu Guichun, who had been standing on the flat ground halfway up the mountain, suddenly turned his head and stared towards the sky with trembling eyes. Yushi, who was talking to Hizeo and Himiao, also turned her pretty face towards the same direction. The entire mountain peak was now in a bizarre state, as if it had been split in half. The left half of the mountain was shrouded by the scorching yang energy, which was golden in color. The right half of the mountain was covered by pitch-black evil energy, which contained a bloodthirsty, violent, and cruel aura. It was as if night had fallen, covering half of the mountain peak. These two opposite forces were violently colliding, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and rocks to tumble down, as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Lu Guichun shouted as he quickly retreated. At the same time, everyone halfway up the mountain hurriedly retreated a dozen kilometers to the foot of the mountain. I can sense that Junior's aura. What is he doing? Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked Hizeo and Himiao. I don't know, when we came out, he didn't seem to be doing anything. Himiao shook her head. Purple stars, Baya definitely knows. Hizeo turned her gaze to the side where Baya and Shen-Tu were staring towards the mountain peak with worried expressions. Lu Guichun had already arrived beside them and was asking them questions. Listening to their conversation, Yushi quickly figured out what was going on. A strange look appeared on her pretty face for a moment before she actually smiled and nodded. That Junior is dead for sure this time. It seems I don't need to do anything myself. A trivial first order saint actually daring to try such a thing. He must be tired of living. Master, is Yangkai in danger? His life was hanging by a thread, Yushi said with a happy expression. Master, please save him. You're just angry he was disrespectful to you. You don't really want him to die, right? Hizeo pleaded. Naturally I want him to die. I can't wait to skin him alive. Yushi said bitterly. And this kind of thing can't be helped. Didn't you see Senior Guizhu stay out of it? Hizeo and Himiao looked up and saw Guizhu standing in the sky with a gloomy expression. If I try to stop him by force, he'll die. Yushi frowned and quickly said, he still has a glimmer of hope now. It all depends on how hard he tries. After speaking for a while, she suddenly found that Hizeo and Himiao were both looking at her strangely, causing Yushi to suddenly go silent, her pretty face twitching slightly. Hizeo smiled. Master really doesn't mean what she says. You don't hold a grudge against him. Ghost girl, don't judge your master. Yushi's expression became ugly. If he doesn't die this time, all of you stay far away from him in the future. Never approach within 10 meters of him again. Yes. Hizeo and Himiao both nodded. Senior, can't you think of a way? Shen-Tu stood at the foot of the mountain and shouted to Guizhu. Guizhu grinned. This old master has no way. This time, he will either die or soar to the heavens. It all depends on his own good fortune. Hehe, no matter what the outcome is, this old master is looking forward to it. So even if there is a way, This old master won't stop him. Guizhu suddenly became very interested in Yang Kai. Although he had been surprised when he learned that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements these days, it wasn't until this moment that Guizhu realized that he had been underestimating Yang Kai all this time. With just a few words, Yang Kai was able to comprehend his own strength to such a degree in such a short period of time. Not just anyone could do this. Guizhu wanted to see if Yang Kai could succeed, and if he succeeded, what would happen after the fusion of his two strengths and how much of an improvement it would bring him. If he didn't die, Yang Kai would have an extremely bright future ahead of him, perhaps even becoming the brightest star in the star territory. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watch, watching as the mountain peak was covered by the two forces and the two forces clashed. Some people hoped that Yang Kai would die early, some hoped he would survive, and some had an indifferent attitude, simply watching a good show. Everyone's mood and expression were all different. Chapter 1022. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watch, each with different thoughts. Inside the belly of the mountain, Yang Kai felt his strength erupt and his expression became ugly. The maximum power a cultivator could possess was the limit of what their physical body could bear. The transcendent realm had its own limit, and the saint realm had its own limit. But this limit had no effect on Yang Kai because his secret art was special and his body was special. The true Yang secret art he cultivated allowed the Yang attribute energy in his body to become saturated, condensing it into Yang liquid and storing it inside his dantian, ready to be used when needed. The unyielding golden skeleton's special ability allowed it to contain unimaginable power. These were Yang Kai's two great power warehouses, something no other cultivator could compare to. It could be said that there was no limit to the power he could store. And now, Yang Kai had opened both of these warehouses. The unimaginable evil energy stored inside his unyielding golden skeleton erupted in an instant, and in order to alleviate the erosion of his will and body, Yang Kai simultaneously released drop after drop of Yang liquid. The evil energy and Yang Yuan energy violently collided with each other inside the two warehouses, like a dam bursting, wanting to swallow the entire mountain. This kind of power was so powerful that even Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate. This was far beyond the limit of what his body could bear, hundreds, if not thousands of times more. His flesh and blood spasmed and squirmed as his blood rapidly flowed under his skin. A huge amount of power burst out, causing Yang Kai's skin to crack inch by inch. Golden blood flowed out of his body, healing his wounds over and over again. Then, the healed wounds split open again, repeating the process over and over again, as if there was no end. Yang Kai's mood was very calm. He used his heart to feel the two forces in his body, understanding how they flowed, understanding their rules, and prying into their true essence. Time slowly passed, and more evil energy and Yang Yuan energy escaped, melting away as they collided. As they melted away, Yang Kai's understanding of these two forces became deeper and deeper. His divine sense spread out like a tide as he carefully sensed every movement. He had never thought that the two forces he possessed would undergo so many wonderful changes when they encountered each other. These bursts of energy seemed to have a life of their own as they whispered into Yang Kai's ear, trying to reveal their secrets. Yang Kai felt like he was witnessing flowers blooming and wilting, tides rising and falling, one cycle after another. Yang Kai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart became more and more confident. He did not care about the collision and melting of his own powers. He continued to stay in the center of the two powers, attaching all of his consciousness to the dark energy and Yang essence. He was like an outsider, staying out of the matter and silently observing everything. After a long time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It was only now that he truly grasped the crux of his powers and understood their true essence. His expression shook as he began circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art, using the joyous unification art as a foundation to guide the Yang Yuan and dark energy that had escaped from his body back into his body. The hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his body became a bottomless pit in an instant, the two forces that had escaped from his body obediently returning to him. On the way back, they obeyed Yang Kai's orders and no longer viewed each other with hostility, instead beginning to fuse together, undergoing some delightful changes. Feeling these subtle changes, Yang Kai's expression became joyful, and he worked even harder to guide them. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was discussing whether Yang Kai would live or die when he Meow suddenly called out in alarm, "There's a change." There was no need for her to remind them, as everyone noticed the change in the atmosphere around them and couldn't help turning to look at the mountain. What they saw stunned everyone on the spot, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Before this, the entire mountain had been divided into two halves by two different forces. One side shrouded in a scorching hot golden light, while the other side was shrouded in a boundless darkness by an evil force. But now, everyone could feel that these two forces were slowly moving closer to each other, as if they had some kind of attraction to each other. Even if they leaned against each other and fused together, there would not be any conflict. Did he really succeed? Guizhu's expression became strange as he sent his divine sense into the mountain, a moment later curling his lips and snorting, "This little brat." Clearly, he had found the correct method and understood the mystery of his own power. As long as he continued, he would definitely be able to do as he joked earlier and combine the two completely different powers. Guizhu found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability and couldn't help showing a look of admiration and envy. What he had said before was just unintentional. He felt that Kai Yang could work hard in this direction in the future and spend a few decades, 100 years, or even a few hundred years to achieve this. The premise was that he could live that long. How could Guizhu have imagined that Yang Kai would accomplish this in such a short time? This kind of thing was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Guizhu was certain that Yang Kai's understanding of his own strength had reached a certain height even before this. Guizhu believed that even if Yang Kai didn't do it now, as long as he had a little opportunity in the future, he would probably be able to accomplish what he did today. Realizing this, Guizhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had inadvertently helped Yang Kai. "Senior, is Yang Kai fine?" Shen Tu raised his head and asked. How would this old master know? Humph. Guizhu's expression became disgruntled as he flicked his sleeve and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That means he's fine. Shen Tu observed Guizhu's expression and grinned meaningfully, his heart relaxing. In this short period of time, the scenery of the entire mountain changed again. The golden light and darkness fused together, making the entire mountain look like it was burning. However, the fire that burned was different from the rest. It was a pitch-black flame, a demonic flame. These strange flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, and no one could resist the power contained within them. Just looking at them made one feel uncomfortable, as if their souls had been thrown into these demonic flames, causing them to suffer the pain of being burned forever, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. These demonic flames not only contained the yang energy of true yang yuan qi, impervious to all evil, but also contained a bloodthirsty and brutal aura, causing one to involuntarily feel the evil thoughts hidden in their hearts. This kind of extreme contradiction was the most terrifying, making it impossible to resist. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes away, not daring to pry into the mysteries of this demonic flame. It looks like he soared to the heavens. Baya's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she secretly wondered if she should change her attitude towards Yang Kai and treat him with sincerity. The biggest reason she had stooped so low, not hesitating to serve Yang Kai as a slave, was because she was afraid he would come looking for trouble with her, so she had no choice but to swallow her pride and endure humiliation. She had never truly felt that Yang Kai was anything special. She believed that the reason Yang Kai could act so unscrupulously in this world was only because of Guizhu's blessing. Without Guizhu's protection, Yang Kai was nothing. This kind of fox exploiting the tiger's might was the most hateful. So, during this time, although she had done her best and granted all of Yang Kai's requests, she had never acted with sincerity, even somewhat looking down on Yang Kai. But now, she didn't dare to think so. This young man really had his own uniqueness. Such a person with such great potential had always been the target of all the great forces in Star Territory. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to bloom with amazing brilliance. He would occupy an important position and become an overlord, so having a good relationship with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Baya's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as her pretty face glowed brilliantly. Secretly glancing around, she found that Lu Guichun and Yushi both had extremely dignified expressions, no longer showing any contempt towards Yang Kai. She knew that these two had finally realized Yang Kai's abilities and were definitely scheming something in their hearts. Curling her lips disdainfully, Baya couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of superiority. Because she was close to Yang Kai, and because she could serve him, this feeling of superiority made her feel both ashamed and inexplicably excited. She couldn't help licking her ruby-red lips as her tender body began to heat up. After realizing that Yang Kai was fine, Shintu no longer paid attention to the movements on the mountain peak and instead focused on his own matters. Over on Sword Union's side, the remaining 4 or 5 cultivator gathered together. Yushi frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating for a moment before lightly coughing and saying, "Master takes back what she said just now. You two sisters should interact with him more in the future. It would be best if you ask him if he is willing to join our sword union. If he is willing, that would be best, but if he isn't, then forget it." Hizeo and Himiao glanced at each other, their eyes shining brightly as they nodded. "Yes, master." Himiao said, "In fact, this person isn't bad. It's just that he always hangs out with that slut Baya. It's really shameful." Yushi glared at her. "It's fine to interact with him, but keep enough distance. Don't let him take advantage of you." "Yes, master." Himiao nodded firmly. Inside the mountain, inside a stone room, Yang Kai continued to circulate his joyous unification art, guiding the fusion of 2 different forces. At first, the process wasn't very smooth, and the forces he guided into his body would sometimes clash with each other, but it didn't matter much. As time passed, Yang Kai found that everything became extremely smooth, and there was no longer any sense of obstruction. The evil energy that poured out of the unyielding golden skeleton and the energy contained in the yang liquid that exploded inside the dantian. Except for a small part that was consumed at the beginning, the rest was returned to him without any waste. Yang Kai clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger. That flesh and blood contained power that he could not compare to in the past. It made him go wild with joy, and he gladly endured it. Guizhu was right. After fusing these 2 forces together, Yang Kai's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This change was obvious and could be clearly perceived. After tasting it, Yang Kai began circulating his joyous unification art more and more greedily. The entire mountain suddenly transformed into an invisible vortex, and as this invisible vortex rotated, the world's world energy began to gather towards it. The stream of spirit water in the stone room, under the guidance of this force, was transformed into the purest form of world energy and poured into Yang Kai's body, all of it being absorbed by him. Chapter 10:23. The mountain peak where Guizhu originally lived was lush and beautiful, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. But at this moment, the entire mountain seemed to have been burned down, leaving only scorched earth and dead trees. No trace of its former beauty could be found. Even the spell formation that had been set up to gather spiritual qi seemed to have been destroyed. Inside the mountain, the spirit stream had completely dried up, and the water that originally flowed through it had long since disappeared. Inside a stone room, an invisible vortex was rotating, drawing in the surrounding world energy and then absorbing it. Guizhu's figure appeared leisurely and stood in front of Yang Kai, frowning as he stared at him motionlessly. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this, and only after a long time did he take a deep breath and stop circulating his secret art. Silently inspecting himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The yang liquid in his dantian and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton had completely disappeared. Instead, they had fused together, forming a new type of energy that possessed the characteristics of both, but was far more powerful and lethal than either yang essence or evil energy. This new energy flowed through Yang Kai's meridians, nourishing every inch of his physique and storing it in the unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai felt like he had been reborn from the inside out, as if he had been reborn, his entire body filled with unparalleled explosive power. A single moment of enlightenment and a single moment of cultivation had caused him to undergo earth-shaking changes. He even felt like he could fight against a Saint King Realm Master. His cultivation had also improved slightly, reaching the second-order Saint Realm without any hindrance. Yang Kai didn't even know when he had broken through. He had been immersed in the process of fusing his two strengths all this time and hadn't noticed anything else, so this unexpected surprise made him even happier. With a thought, Yang Kai tried to display his demon god transformation. Invisible demon crests climbed up and merged into Yang Kai's physique. In an instant, his vitality rose madly, along with his vitality fluctuations. It seems that I can still display the demon god transformation, Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, after the fusion, his strength contained both the characteristics of his Yang Yuan Qi and evil energy. Not bad, not bad. You're really good. Gue Zhu's voice suddenly came from in front of him, praising him sincerely. Yang Kai opened his eyes, dispelling the demon god transformation and cupping his fists respectfully. Senior, many thanks for Senior's guidance. Gue Zhu's expression became strange as he coldly snorted. This old master didn't teach you anything. There's no need to thank this old master. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior may have just said it casually, but if it weren't for your words, it would have taken this junior several years or even longer to reach this step. So, in any case, I still have to thank Senior for enlightening me. Think what you want. Gue Zhu waved his hand impatiently, seemingly unwilling to have anything to do with Yang Kai, quickly saying, You've been in retreat for more than a month now, and this old master has generously given you so much time to improve your strength. Now that you've succeeded, isn't it about time you did your part? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, seemingly unhappy that he had to wait for so long. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Junior will begin immediately. But before that, I want to take a look at the space array. Do as you wish, as long as you can find a way out. It doesn't matter how you struggle, but remember, if you can't find a way out, this old master will extract your soul and torture you forever. If you disappoint this old master, you will not have a good end. Gue Zhu fiercely threatened before sending a jet of black energy into Yang Kai's body, disappearing in an instant. The jet black energy shuttled back and forth through Yang Kai's body and soon arrived at his arm, where a terrifying face mark appeared. This mark contained Gue Zhu's divine sense, allowing Gue Zhu to monitor Yang Kai's every move through it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking out. A short time later, Yang Kai left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground where the space array was arranged. This space array had been left unused since the last time Gue Zhu used it. The countless Saint crystals inside the array were dim, and the energy stored inside had almost been completely consumed. The space gate, which had been refined from the starship debris, was still standing in place with a thin layer of space spirit crystal covering its frame. Yang Kai had secretly observed this space array more than once in an attempt to gain some inspiration from it and enhance his understanding of space arrays. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that although Gue Zhu's attainments in the Tao of space were poor, after 1,000 years of research, Yang Kai did indeed have some insights. He had actually thought of using space spirit crystal as a key to opening a void corridor and as a medium to stabilize it. Unfortunately, the gate used to form this void corridor was refined from the Saint King grade starship debris, so its grade was still a bit low. The space spirit crystal covering the gate frame was also lacking, so the void corridor opened by Gue Zhu was so chaotic and unstable that it could collapse at any time. If Gue Zhu was provided with enough materials, he may be able to successfully arrange a stable space array. As for where this space array would teleport people, Gue Zhu probably didn't know. Yang Kai observed this space array, comprehending Gue Zhu's research into the Tao of space and turning it into his own understanding. A moment later, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that all the people who were still alive on this continent had come over. They seemed to have seen Yang Kai come out of seclusion and had rushed over. Master, Baya didn't care about the contemptuous looks directed at her from all around and called out affectionately, smiling as she walked over to Yang Kai and sincerely said, Congratulations, Master, for your great increase in strength and enlightenment. This time, she sincerely wanted to pledge her allegiance to Yang Kai and follow him, no longer feigning civility and flattery like before, so her smile was incomparably bright. Yang Kai gently nodded. Brother, it's good that you're fine. Don't do such dangerous things again in the future. Shin Tu laughed. but a trace of doubt flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had never been clear about Yang Kai's true bottom line. Although Yang Kai had suddenly killed a third-order Saint cultivator inside the Purple Star starship, that momentary burst of strength didn't mean anything. Shin Tu had also been trying to guess what Yang Kai's true strength was. Before Yang Kai entered retreat, he hadn't felt any pressure from Yang Kai, but every time he was with Yang Kai, there was a voice in his heart that screamed. If he really fought with Yang Kai, the one who would die would be him. This was Shin Tu's intuition as a cultivator. So he had always felt that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation and strength. But now, seeing him again, Shin Tu found that the feeling Yang Kai gave him was even less threatening than before, and his previous instincts didn't warn him this time. Shin Tu was puzzled, wondering what Yang Kai's retreat meant by causing such a big commotion. Had he succeeded or failed? However, the fact that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm was obvious to all. "I'll be careful in the future," Yang Kai chuckled. The He Zhao and He Miao sisters also smiled and nodded to Yang Kai, happy that he was safe. Yushi stood behind her two disciples somewhat unnaturally, her pretty face cold. To the side, Lu Guichun squeezed out a slightly reluctant smile and nodded to him. "Little brother, there is one thing we haven't quite understood. If it's convenient, could little brother tell us?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "What is it?" Lu Guichun glanced around, calmed himself down and whispered, "You said before that Senior Guizhu had something to ask of you. What exactly is it?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned burning eyes towards Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. They really didn't know what Yang Kai was capable of, a trivial Saint Realm cultivator actually reaching an agreement with a master like Guizhu. What did Guizhu see in him? You might as well ask Senior Guizhu about this. If he is willing to tell you, he will definitely tell you. Yang Kai smiled gently. Lu Guichun's expression became awkward as he suddenly fell silent. He didn't even have time to hide from Guizhu, so how could he ask him about this kind of thing? If he made him unhappy, Guizhu would probably kill him. "Little brat, if you waste any more time with them, this old master will teach you a lesson." Guizhu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, clearly impatient. Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Senior is urging me. I won't waste any more time." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and transformed into a blue streak of light before disappearing. 10,000 kilometers away from the flat ground on the mountainside, Yang Kai came to a stop. Currently, only Guizhu knew how to tier space. It was one of Yang Kai's trump cards, so he wasn't willing to reveal it, at least not to someone like Lu Guichun. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai circulated his strength, condensed it at his fingertips, and tore. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space. The crack was dark, cold, and empty. Waves of strange and inexplicable fluctuations were emitted from it. Yang Kai didn't rush in and instead stared at this crack in a daze. When he tore space before, the place where he was torn was as smooth as a knife or sword. But now, at the edge of this tear, there was a cluster of black demonic flames burning. These demonic flames were sometimes hot and sometimes cold, constantly changing, making it impossible for anyone to grasp them. These flames seemed to be able to burn space itself, making it impossible for the torn space to heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He hadn't expected that the new demonic flames born from the fusion of his two strengths would be so strange. It seemed it was necessary for him to re-examine himself. Without stopping, Yang Kai flashed into the crack, and with a single thought, the demonic flames were extinguished, allowing the torn space to close again. Inside the turbulent space, Yang Kai didn't panic, glancing at the human face mark left on his arm by Guizhu and chuckling. What Guizhu was planning, Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. The reason he didn't kill him and urged him to find a way to leave was because he wanted to monitor his movements, pry into how he tore space apart and observe the movements in the chaotic streams of space, and use this to strengthen his understanding of the mysteries of space. Guizhu wanted to steal this method. How could someone like Guizhu place all his hopes on Yang Kai? He had other plans. Chapter 1024. Guizhu's little scheme was something Yang Kai was well aware of, but he had never pointed it out. However, In this turbulent space, everything was cut off from the outside world. Guizhou couldn't even sense where he was, let alone spy on him. So Yang Kai wasn't worried that Guizhou would steal his methods. Although Guizhou's words had enlightened him and greatly improved his strength, something Yang Kai was very grateful to, he still needed to be vigilant. Yang Kai had never been able to relax around Guizhou. For an old monster like him, going back on his word was a common occurrence. Yang Kai now not only had to find a way to leave this place, but he also had to ensure that Guizhou wouldn't try to kill him after he left. This is difficult. Yang Kai's stomach was knotted up, but he couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he could only take one step at a time. After staying in the turbulent space for a while, Yang Kai left. As soon as his figure appeared, Guizhou's voice sounded in his ear, "Boy, did you gain anything?" Guizhou had an impatient look on his face, as if he was very anxious. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How could it be so easy? "Senior, please don't worry. I was just confirming whether the space territory here had stabilized." "What was the result?" Guizhou continued to ask. It's stabilized and won't interfere with my judgment." "That's good." "Senior, how far did I move just now?" 1,000 kilometers or so." Guizhou coldly snorted. "Your methods have improved a lot compared to last time. It seems that your strength has improved greatly." Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up as he became excited. Before, when he tore space, he could only move a few hundred kilometers at a time. But now, he could move 1,000 kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. "Don't try to play any tricks with me. You and I both know that you can't escape from this old master's palm. Do your best for this old master, and as long as we can leave this place, this old master promises not to hurt you." "Junior understands." Yang Kai gently nodded. "If Senior has nothing else to say, Junior will continue." "Go." Yang Kai once again tore space apart and placed himself in the turbulent flow of space, searching for an opportunity and direction within it. After his strength and experience improved, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his understanding of the Tao of space was still very shallow. Although his understanding of the Tao of space was deeper than Guizhou's, it was obviously not enough for him to leave this strange continent. So, just like many years ago, he came to this chaotic flow of space to comprehend the profundities of space and pry into its profundities from its surging and erupting. He didn't say anything to Guizhou because Guizhou was impatient and wanted Yang Kai to take him away from here immediately. Time passed day by day. Yang Kai had always been in the turbulent space, comprehending the profoundness of it to his heart's content. Every day, Yang Kai had to return to the continent to report his progress to Guizhou and appease his anxiety. Yang Kai's progress was remarkable. His harvest was huge. His understanding of space had become much smoother. One day, he suddenly had a strange idea and escaped from the space turbulence. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai replaced his physical body with his divine sense to break through the barrier of space and achieve his goal of teleporting. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the shackles of the seven-colored sky. Guizhou had said that the seven-colored sky was formed by the convergence of the various territory fields in the chaotic abyss, covering an area of at least several thousand kilometers. Even with Yang Kai's current means, he had to accurately tear space several dozen times in order to break through the barrier of this chaotic territory field. He didn't dare to use his physical body to test the waters because any mistake could cause him to be lost in this territory field. However, he could use his divine sense, so even if he lost his divine sense, it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, his soul would be damaged, but with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he could quickly recover. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in all directions like a tidal wave as he condensed his divine sense into invisible threads, attaching them to his own comprehension of the Tao of space and thrusting them into the void. These strands of consciousness contained the subtlety of space as they flew. Strands and strands of untraceable traces shuttled back and forth across the entire continent. They disappeared from one place and suddenly reappeared in another. They broke through the restraints of space and displayed a strange state of teleportation. The range of Yang Kai's divine sense grew wider and wider. Inside the mountain peak, Guizhou, who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements, suddenly showed a look of surprise and couldn't help nodding to himself. Good. It seems he's making some progress. He couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai's progress meant that his chances of leaving this cage were greater, so he didn't disturb Yang Kai and let him experiment on his own. After an hour, Yang Kai showed a tired look. This was a sign that his divine sense was too vast and far beyond his current realm. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense had covered almost half of the continent, a level that a second-order saint cultivator could not achieve. Even masters like Yu Shi and Lu Gui Chun would not be able to achieve this level, because Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly jumping and breaking through the shackles of space, unlike ordinary people's divine sense. This was why he could detect half of the continent. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai wanted to restore himself. However, at that moment, one of the divine senses he had spread out suddenly noticed some unusual movements. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he took back the rest of his divine sense and focused his spiritual energy on a particular spot to continue exploring. A moment later, his expression shook as he made an astonishing discovery. At the center of this continent, 10,000 meters below ground, there was a terrifying surge of energy. This energy was extremely well hidden, as if it had always been there. If not for Yang Kai's divine sense passing through that spot, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a layer of barrier around the energy. That barrier was incomparably sturdy and protected the energy, perfectly concealing it from others. Yang Kai's divine sense that had accidentally jumped into this barrier stayed there for a moment and was greatly nourished, the divine sense thread that had almost disappeared growing again. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately realized that this mass of energy was somewhat unusual. Remaining calm, Yang Kai left his divine sense thread in place to determine its location while he sat down cross-legged and began to restore himself. He wanted to figure out what this mass of energy was. Would Gue Zhu, who had lived here for 2,000 years, know about it? Soon, Yang Kai faintly felt that Gue Zhu should not be aware of its existence, because if he knew, he would not have let it go. Yang Kai believed that even Gue Zhu would not be able to ignore such a huge amount of energy. But why hadn't he discovered it? Gue Zhu was already an Origin King Realm Master, so with a single thought, he knew the situation of this continent like the back of his hand. Senior, Yang Kai called out with his divine sense. What's the matter? Gue Zhu replied immediately. This junior wants to ask, after living on this continent for so long, have you discovered anything special about it? Special? Gue Zhu coldly snorted as he roared angrily. What do you want to ask? In addition to the rich world energy and abundant materials, this place is basically a hateful prison. A prison that has trapped this old master for 2,000 years. This old master will leave this place sooner or later. Have you discovered something? Gue Zhu suddenly became vigilant. No, I just want to inquire about some things so I can determine the direction to leave this place. Yang Kai replied casually. You'd better. If this old master finds out you're playing tricks, don't blame me for being impolite. Gue Zhu snorted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Do you want to use your special divine sense to find the source of this damned place's stars? Star source? What's that? Yang Kai was stunned. You don't understand? Gue Zhu was also stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. This junior was born on a low-level continent. The people there have never even ventured deep into the star field, so I don't know much about the star territory. Barbarian. Gue Zhu snorted disdainfully. Star's source is star's source. Any cultivation star has one. It can be said that it is the essence of a cultivation star. For example, if a star is a cultivator, then star's source is equivalent to the cultivator's dantian, equivalent to the cultivator's knowledge C. If a cultivator can carve their own soul brand on the star source of a cultivation star, then they will become the master of that cultivation star. They will be able to clearly understand everything about that cultivation star. If they want, they can cause a natural disaster to erupt anywhere on that cultivation star. With a single thought, they can turn the mountains of that cultivation star into a vast ocean or flatten an abyss into a flat land. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Isn't that the same as controlling a cultivation star? Exactly. Within a cultivation star's territory, Every star master controls the source of their cultivation star. They can absorb the energy of that cultivation star at will to supplement themselves. On this cultivation star, their strength will never be exhausted. It is inexhaustible. Boy, do you understand the power of a star master now? I understand. Yang Kai's face went pale. Then this place. Humph. I said you were a barbarian, but you really are a barbarian. This is just a strange continent, not a star. So where did this star source come from? This old master searched for it more than 1,500 years ago. If there really was one, how could you have come here to take advantage of it? Yang Kai smiled wryly. What Senior said is right. I was just asking casually. I wasn't looking for any star's source. I've never even heard of it before. Good. If you know, then hurry up and find a way out. Don't think about such nonsense. It's too unrealistic and won't do you any good. Guizhu reprimanded before cutting off contact with Yang Kai, no longer paying any attention to him. Yang Kai continued to restore himself as he fell into contemplation. As Guizhu said, this place really didn't look like a star, but rather a strange continent. However, Yang Kai had seen stars shaped like ancient trees in the chaotic abyss. They were like huge, towering trees with branches and leaves that grew in the chaotic abyss, exuding a rich wood attribute energy. From this perspective, it was not an exaggeration to call this continent a star. After all, its size was not small, far larger than a meteorite. Chapter 10:25. This inadvertent discovery caused Yang Kai's mood to waver. Whether or not this massive energy was star's source, Yang Kai wasn't clear. Under Guizhu's strict surveillance, he didn't dare to investigate too deeply and could only leave things as they were. However, Yang Kai also had his own speculations. If this was really star's source, it must have formed in the last 1,500 years, or it could have deceived Guizhu's detection. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to remain unscathed and be ignored by Guizhu. Yang Kai didn't withdraw his wisp of divine sense and instead left it there, nourished and strengthened by this inexplicable energy. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had a chance to come back and take a look at the situation. The wisp of divine sense he left there could provide him with an accurate location. Yang Kai did this without leaving a trace, so it didn't attract too much attention from Guizhu. As time passed, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space became more and more profound. His divine sense was now able to easily cover half of the continent. His divine sense, which was infused with the Tao of space, was able to easily reach any location he wanted. Yang Kai explored the seven-colored sky many times, constantly experimenting, and after countless strands of his divine sense were lost in the chaotic territory, he finally had some confidence he could leave this place. Remaining calm and silent, Yang Kai continued to explore and experiment, striving to achieve perfection and not make any mistakes. Every day, Yang Kai would report to Guizhu, but he didn't tell him the truth, so Guizhu didn't know anything. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the seven-colored sky, and as soon as he arrived at a flat area halfway up the mountain, he smelled a bloody scent in the air. His expression changed slightly as he spread out his divine sense and soon discovered something was wrong. The people who were still alive on this continent were gathered together at this moment, and the atmosphere was heavy as if they were discussing something. What's wrong? Yang Kai walked over and asked. Someone died. Shintu's expression became ugly. Yang Kai was surprised and turned to look in front of him. Sure enough, he saw a cultivator lying on the ground, his vitality drained away. His body seemed to have been subjected to great pressure and burst open in an instant, making his corpse look horrible. Which side are they from? Yang Kai asked. Our people. Hizeo replied sadly. He Miao and Yushi both wore looks of grief and indignation, and even Lu Guichin couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. Back then, their Purple Star and Sword Union had more than 100 cultivators who had fallen into this predicament, but after more than a year, only a dozen or so cultivators were still alive. They had lived in peace for several months, but now, another cultivator had died right under their noses. No one even knew how he died. Who killed him? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. No one dared to answer, all of them smiling bitterly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Here, besides Guizhu, no one else had the courage to kill. That old monster seemed to be in a very bad mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked a junior for no reason. Yang Kai, can you talk to Senior Guizhu? We don't have any intention of resisting him, so can you ask him not to kill again? Hizeo pursed her red lips and turned to Yang Kai. This time, one of Sword Union's cultivators had died, so if Guizhu wanted to kill again next time, who would suffer? Maybe it would be someone else. Maybe it would be them. Besides Yang Kai, who could sit back and relax, everyone else was on edge. Once Guizhu killed everyone here and saw no hope of leaving, he likely wouldn't spare Yang Kai's life. He would use soul searching to strip Yang Kai's memories, devour his understanding of the Tao of space, then cut off all means of retreat and figure out a way to leave on his own. That's right, Yang Kai. Shintu also spoke up. You're the only one here who can speak with Senior Guizhu. I don't want to die without knowing why. Everyone else looked at him eagerly, treating him as a life-saving straw. Yang Kai gently nodded. I'll talk to him, but whether he'll listen or not, I don't know. As long as he can talk to him, Shuntu smiled helplessly. Hizeo, Miao, come with me and bury him, Yushi whispered. Yes. The remaining 3 from Sword Union worked together to carry the dead cultivator's body away and find a place to bury him. Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountainside, turning a few corners in the corridor before arriving at the stone room where Guizhu lived. Yang Kai had never been to this stone room before, only knowing that Guizhu lived here. This was his first time coming here. The entire stone room was very different from the rest. It seemed to be immersed in endless darkness, without a trace of light. Inside this stone room, there were faint shadows shuttling back and forth as a serene soul, like energy roamed about. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying sound rang out in his ears, causing his mind to tremble. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. In that scene, a ferocious-looking ghost rushed towards him, wanting to gnaw at his flesh and soul, dragging him into the 9 nether purgatory, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Kai's whole body went stiff, and he couldn't move. A cluster of demonic flames suddenly emerged from his body, connecting together and making him look like he was burning. Yang Kai broke free from this illusion. Guizhu's strange laughter rang out in his ears as he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned, allowing the demonic flames to continue burning, dispelling the influence of the ghostly shadow on him, carefully choosing his words before asking, "Did Senior kill someone today?" Guizhu smiled and said, "What's so surprising about killing someone? You didn't come looking for this old master for such a trivial matter, did you?" They were very nervous, afraid that they would be next, Yang Kai quickly said. That's right. Guizhu seemed to be very happy. This boring world, this old master is tired of living such a boring life. This old master just wants to have some fun. This old master likes to see people on tenterhooks, so let them be. Just because you were bored, you killed someone? So what? Guizhu coldly snorted, and the dark stone room suddenly lit up. The strange stones that had been decorating the stone walls began to glow as Guizhu sat in the center of the stone room, his pair of gloomy eyes staring towards Yang Kai as he sneered, "You came to intercede for them? You're not that kind of person, are you? Even if this old master kills them all, you won't show any mercy." Senior must be joking. Junior is also a human, and there are a few of Junior's friends among them. Naturally, I don't want you to continue killing them. Friends? Guizhu was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive this old master. You do have some friendship with a few of those people, but it's far from enough for you to disobey me for them. To put it simply, if you have some benefits, you'll take them with you. But if you're facing a crisis, you won't sacrifice your life for them. You're not stupid. You know what the consequences of disobeying me are. Yang Kai fell silent. Guizhu seemed to have hit the nail on the head. You're afraid this old master will kill all of those people and then attack you, Guizhu shouted. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yes, Senior's insight is as clear as day. Junior has such concerns. Guizhu gently nodded. If you really have such concerns, you might as well work harder and find a way to leave as soon as possible. before this old master kills all of those people and attacks you. I believe in your ability, and I believe you haven't done your best. Junior already has some ideas. Yang Kai frowned. Guizu's body shook as his eyes flashed brilliantly, shouting, "Good, good. As long as you have some ideas, good. This news of yours has made this old master very happy. This old master's mood will probably be maintained for some time. Continue to work hard. Don't let this old master down. Junior will take his leave." Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly left. The moment he turned around, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. He suddenly understood that Guizu didn't kill those people because he was in a bad mood, but rather to warn him and put pressure on him. Guizu should have become vigilant about Yang Kai's concealment, otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly started killing people. It was just that Guizu didn't know what Yang Kai was concealing and couldn't point it out, so he used this method. Guizu wanted to tell Yang Kai that his patience was limited, and if Yang Kai couldn't satisfy him, he would end up like that dead man. Yang Kai understood this clearly, so he had no choice but to appease Guizu in the end. However, this appeasement wouldn't last long. The next time Guizu lost his patience, he might really kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had been planning to leave secretly after finding a way out, ignoring Guizu and letting him continue to be trapped here, allowing him to die of old age. However, the difference in strength between them was so great that Yang Kai was forced into a passive position. He realized that his idea was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he really managed to find a way out, he would likely be stopped by Guizu before he could leave safely. Yang Kai pondered, wondering if he should believe Guizu's oath and leave this place with him, then everyone would be happy. Doing so was undoubtedly very risky, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if Guizu could really keep his promise. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, his expression becoming more and more serious. Returning to his stone room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his consumed strength while contemplating. From outside, the sound of light footsteps could be heard as Baya walked in uninvited, gently arriving behind Yang Kai, pressing her tender body against his as she gently rubbed Yang Kai's back with her plump hands while gently kneading Yang Kai's shoulders. Opening her red lips lightly, she asked, "Master, when we can leave this place one day, can you take this servant with you?" "Naturally," Yang Kai said casually. Baya smiled bitterly, her hands still moving as she whispered, "You don't need to patronize me. I know you never intended to take me with you. After all, I've been rude and disrespectful to you before, and I'm not a good person." She suddenly started to blame herself, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He didn't know what she was doing. Chapter 1026. Inside the stone room, Baya's expression was bleak and her voice was bitter. During this time, she had been serving Yang Kai, and although she had been very docile and well-behaved, Yang Kai had always said 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and she hadn't dared to resist in the slightest. But she wasn't stupid, on the contrary, this woman was very shrewd. She had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Even if they could leave this place, Yang Kai wouldn't take her with him. That was why Baya had made things clear in advance. She wanted to use her sincerity to impress Yang Kai and change Yang Kai's mind. "If we can leave here, I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to be left here. I promise to only be loyal to you," Baya begged. Even a master like Guizu had been trapped here for 2,000 years without being able to find a way out. If she was left here, she would only die of old age alone. That kind of ending was simply too terrible. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her deeply. Baya calmly stared back at Yang Kai, not showing the slightest trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Yang Kai gently nodded. "If that day really comes, I will tell you." Baya froze for a moment before smiling bitterly. "Thank you." "Good. I have something to think about. You can leave now." Yang Kai waved his hand. Baya politely bowed and left, her expression becoming more and more bitter. Because she knew that Yang Kai's last words were just perfunctory, he had no intention of changing his mind. Time flew by, and about 10 days later, another person died tragically. This time it was one of Lu Guichen's subordinates, a First Order Saint King Realm Master. He had been meditating on the flat ground on the mountainside when suddenly his body exploded into a bloody mist. The death of this second person made the people who were still alive even more nervous. Once again, they went to find Yang Kai and asked him to think of a way. Even Yu Shi, who had always been proud and unwilling to bow her head, had no choice but to lower her head and plead with him to persuade Guizhu. Yang Kai agreed casually. However, he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Guizhu, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to let Guizhu see some clear hope. Only then would he be happy, and once he was happy, he would stop killing. Yang Kai's star shuttle, and he flew up into the seven-colored sky. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, condensing his divine sense threads and space divine sense. Powerful threads of divine sense leapt forward, breaking through the seal of space and escaping the constraints of distance. With a single thought, Yang Kai could cross 1,000 kilometers. Soon, Yang Kai's soul's divine space, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang and Yang, of course, and Yang, Yang, Yu, Yang, to Yang, to the Yang, Yu. Yang. Yang Kai's face was pale, and his divine sense was slightly damaged. Quickly stuffing a saint pill into his mouth, Yang Kai urged the power of the six-colored soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. After another hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense again. Inside the mountain, in the dark stone room, Guizhu grinned. "Little brat, do you really think this old master doesn't know what you're up to? If I didn't give you some pressure, you wouldn't have been willing to put in any effort. I hope you'll be more honest this time. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for killing you again. This old master showed mercy the last 2 times, but this time, I'll kill those who have some friendship with you. I want to see if you really have a heart of stone." In his eyes, the figures of Shen Tu, He Zhao, and He Miao suddenly appeared. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 people in different positions all changed as they felt a chill run down their spines. A kind of aura of death filled their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Up in the seven-colored sky, Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, stabilizing his body as his divine sense drifted back and forth, shuttling back and forth through the chaotic territory. He was unable to perceive the passage of time, but he was constantly probing the void with his divine sense. After trying more than 20 times and losing his divine sense more than 20 times, Yang Kai still didn't have any substantial gains. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to find a way to leave in such a crazy way, even if they were stronger. Once one's divine sense was damaged too frequently and too severely, it would become irreparable damage, causing a person to become muddle-headed. The 6-colored soul-warming lotus was able to repair Yang Kai's damaged divine sense, allowing him to eliminate this worry. At a certain moment, Yang Kai once again felt his divine sense drying up and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because this time, he still hadn't succeeded. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, Yang Kai suddenly noticed some subtle changes in the territory in a certain direction and couldn't help gathering all his divine sense together and piercing towards that direction. To his surprise, this time his divine sense easily broke through a barrier and his divine sense instantly broke free of the 7-colored sky's shroud and escaped this cage-like existence. Soon, Yang Kai saw countless beautiful stars. Each of these stars exuded a surging energy. Some were extremely cold, some were as hot as fire, some were filled with tornadoes that swept across the stars, and there was even one that resembled a huge ancient tree that grew healthily in the star field. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting, his eyes shining brightly. This was the first time he had broken through to the chaotic abyss with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Being trapped here, not only was Guizhu anxious, but Yang Kai was also impatient. After spending so much time with Guizhu, Yang Kai felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Now that he saw the chaotic abyss, he saw hope for survival. Yang Kai was genuinely excited. Calming his mood, Yang Kai carefully confirmed again that the place his divine sense had reached was the chaotic abyss before carefully withdrawing his divine sense, not daring to act too hastily. In the process of withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai left a few strands of his divine sense along the way as a guide. These divine sense strands wouldn't last long. Yang Kai estimated that they would disappear completely in less than a day, but as long as he had these divine sense strands to guide him, he didn't have to worry about getting lost in the seven-colored sky of this territory. He was fully confident he could leave this place. Soon, Yang Kai took back the remaining strands of his divine sense, his expression uncertain and hesitant. He wanted to follow the direction marked by the divine sense strands and leave this place directly. However, he knew that once he left, everyone on this continent would die because of him. This was secondary, though. The most important thing was that Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully leave this place before Guizhu intercepted him. Looking at the face mark Guizhu had left on his arm, Yang Kai sighed softly. Standing up, Yang Kai gave up on the restlessness in his heart and summoned his star shuttle to fly towards the mountain peak. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and walked straight to the stone room where Guizhu lived. Dark and cold as always, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone room. "Boy, how's it going?" Noticing his arrival, Guizhu asked in a deep voice. In the darkness, his pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. "We can leave now," Yang Kai replied. Unexpectedly, Guizhu did not respond, as if he was stunned by this huge surprise, unable to speak. After a while, he muttered, "Really?" Guizhu's voice trembled slightly, revealing the excitement in his heart. "Boy, you should know what kind of fate awaits those who dare to fool this old master. This old master has been waiting for this day for far too long," Guizhu roared in a low voice. "I'm not fooling you. We can indeed leave now," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha." Guizhu suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder, causing the mountain peaks to tremble and rocks to tumble down. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Guichun, Yushi, and the others all looked over in horror. They didn't know what Guizhu was thinking, but all of them felt like they were facing a great enemy and couldn't help gathering together in an attempt to find some sense of security. "Good. I knew you wouldn't let this old master down, boy." Guizhu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, his hand grabbing onto Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop as he said impatiently, "Let's go. Let's leave this place." Because of his excitement, the strength of his hand was so great that Yang Kai's bones were almost crushed. "There's no need to rush." Yang Kai struggled and broke free from Guizhu's big hand. "No need to rush? This old master is in a hurry." Guizhu squinted at him, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you still planning something?" "Senior worries too much, but before we leave, I feel there are some things I need to make clear," Yang Kai said lightly. Guizhu's eyes flashed with a strange light, his excited expression suddenly calming down as he gently nodded. "Speak. This old master is listening." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, "Although this junior is willing to believe in senior's character and promises, just to be on the safe side, this junior wants to confirm that you won't do anything to me after we leave this place." Guizhu smiled wickedly. "Rest assured. If you can satisfy this old master's wish to leave this place, this old master will never hurt you. This is this old master's lifelong wish. I can only thank you for it, so how could I possibly harm you?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "I hope so, and I hope Senior can remember the oath he made before." This old master remembers." Guizhu pointed to his head. "I remember it clearly." "That's good, right? Can we leave now?" Yang Kai shook his head. Guizhu's face sank as he impatiently asked, "What else do you want?" "I want to take a few people with me. It's just along the way." Guizhu immediately understood who he wanted to take with him and said indifferently, "As long as they don't hinder this old master, it doesn't matter if you take them all with you." "They won't hinder you." I'll have to trouble Senior to call in the people I mentioned." Guizhu looked at him with interest. "Call who?" Yang Kai immediately reported a few names, and Guizhu nodded before summoning them with his divine sense. Chapter 1027. Halfway up the mountain, Yushi, Hizeo, Himiao, Shintu, and the others, who were feeling nervous because of Guizhu's crazy laughter, suddenly stiffened and their faces went white as paper. Guizhu's voice suddenly rang in their ears. What happened? Lu Guichen hurriedly asked. Guizhu summoned. Yushi couldn't help gulping. Lu Guichen was startled, and the look in his eyes towards Yushi immediately changed. Some kind of schadenfreude, some kind of sadness, but also some kind of relief, no longer saying anything. I was also summoned. Shun Tu's face went pale as a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Me too. Baya squeezed her hands together as her tender body trembled. Master, what should we do? Hizeo looked at Yushi nervously. Yushi's heart was also in chaos, and she didn't know what to do for a while. Of the more than 100 people who had died because of Guizhu, only a few of them remained. Today, Guizhu had summoned so many people at once. Only the heavens knew what he wanted to do. It's a blessing, not a curse. Yushi smiled bitterly and gave up on the idea of escaping, because in front of an Origin King Realm Master, there was no way she could escape. Come with me. If you really die today, stay by Master's side. She looked at Hizeo and Himiao lovingly and secretly vowed to protect her two disciples. Even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she wouldn't hesitate. The three of them took the lead and walked into the mountain. Shin Tu and Baiyu exchanged a glance and could only helplessly follow. Looking at their departing backs, one of the Purple Star cultivators came over to Lu Guichen and said, Master, they probably won't be able to return. Lu Guichen sighed softly and smiled bitterly. I don't know whether to rejoice or grieve for them, but we have escaped this disaster for the time being. Next time, I'm afraid. The 3 or 4 subordinates gathered around him all wore gloomy expressions. They all thought that the people who had been summoned this time were dead. Yangkai waited in the mountain corridor and soon saw Shin Tu and the others come over. Gently nodding to them, he immediately showed a suspicious look and asked, What's wrong with you? All of you look so sad. Shun Tu's mouth twitched as he said unwillingly, he was summoned by Guizhu. Saying so, he gently patted Yangkai on the shoulder and whispered, Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If you have a chance to escape from here, please send a message to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce saying I disappointed my father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so mischievously. He looked like he was giving his last words, and his expression was solemn. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yushi looked at him thoughtfully, a trace of doubt flashing across her beautiful eyes. Remember, make sure you deliver the message. Of course, if you can't leave this place, then forget it. Shin Tu patted Yangkai on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Yangkai had an odd expression on his face. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood why these people were so dejected, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, and couldn't help smiling. What do you think Senior Guizhu summoned you for? I don't know, but it can't be anything good. Shin Tu froze for a moment before looking at Yangkai in surprise. Do you know something? Tell me, what is he going to do to us? Everyone couldn't help turning their eyes towards him. I asked Senior Guizhu to summon you, Yangkai said bluntly. Everyone's expression became puzzled. I'll take you out of here, Yangkai continued. Shin Tu was shocked, and the beautiful eyes of Yushi, Hizeo, Himiao, and Baya also flashed a strange light, all of them staring at Yangkai incredulously. I found a way to leave in. I talked to Senior Guizhu, and he agreed to let you come with me. No way. Did I hear that right? We can leave this place? Shun Tu muttered in a daze, a look of disbelief filling his face. Hizeo and Himiao's pretty faces also showed a look of excitement, their eyes filled with gratitude. Himiao eagerly asking, Yangkai, is what you said true? You're not lying to us, right? Yangkai shook his head. She suddenly became overjoyed. She covered her small mouth, and a layer of watery light appeared in her beautiful eyes. That's great, that's great. On one hand, she had thought that after being summoned by Guizhu, she would die without a doubt, but now things were not as she had feared. On the other hand, she had learned that she could escape this cage, so she couldn't help herself. Hizeo hugged her shoulder, and the two sisters looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Baya also seemed to be shocked by this news, standing in place stupidly, unable to recover for a while as she stared blankly at Yangkai. unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind. Not long ago, Baya had looked for Yang Kai and talked to him about this, but Yang Kai's attitude at that time was clearly perfunctory, yet now he wanted to bring her along. Baya couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic, as if she was in a dream. Among everyone present, the one who was the most confused was Yushi. She stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, no one able to tell what she was thinking. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Her heart twisted in knots. "You wait a moment, Baya. Come with me." Yang Kai didn't pay attention to Yushi and instead beckoned to Baya and walked over. In, Baya responded quickly and followed behind Yang Kai. The two of them stood a short distance away, and Yang Kai stared at her, his brow furrowed slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really don't want to take you with me, nor do I care about you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Baya smiled bitterly. "I understand, after all. I've done a lot of bad things to you before. There is a saying that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's surname. You're a dissolute and treacherous woman. Men are nothing more than playthings to you, a source of strength for you to enhance yourself. Now that you have something to ask of me, you're acting so docile. Who knows if once you leave this place, you'll revert to your original nature and hold a grudge against me and seek revenge." "No, I won't do that." Baya quickly waved her hands. "I don't trust you." Yang Kai shook his head. Baya's face paled, seemingly feeling that her hope of leaving this place was getting further and further away. "But you've served me well these past few days, and, whether you're being hypocritical or sincere, you've served me for so many days. If I were to just leave you here, it would make me seem too cold-blooded. What do you want me to do to make you trust me?" Baya understood the meaning behind his words, and her beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai imploringly. "Tell me. I'll do whatever you say. I won't let you down." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Release your knowledge-seized defenses. I want your soul brand. I want to be able to control your life and death." Baya froze for a moment, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes, but after hesitating for a moment, she nodded heavily and took the initiative to release her knowledge-seized defenses. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense pierced into Baya's knowledge sea, shuttling back and forth, searching for something. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and took away her soul brand. Baya's face paled slightly, her red lips trembling slightly as she asked, "Is this all right?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely for a moment before nodding. "It's all right." After a pause, he asked, "How many men have you harmed?" Baya pursed her lips and giggled. "Did you peek into other people's memories?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "It's inevitable." Inside Baya's knowledge sea, there was a series of filthy memories. Even though Yang Kai was a man who had seen much of the world, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. This woman was simply a source of calamity. Any man who was targeted by her could not escape from her poisonous hands, dying one after another as their blood essence was sucked dry. However, those men all had happy expressions on their faces when they died, completely unaware of what their fates would be. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little scared. If not for the many twists and turns on the Purple Star starship, he might have ended up in the same situation, sleeping with her for a while before dying on her belly. "I'll be yours from now on." Baya bit her thin red lips lightly, her seductive figure radiating invisible ripples that impacted Yang Kai's mind. "I'll serve you more diligently in the future. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. After we leave here, you and I will go our separate ways," Yang Kai snorted. "You wouldn't really?" Baya covered her mouth as she looked Yang Kai up and down. "Really what? Is there a problem with that?" Baya asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time, her eyes pausing between Yang Kai's legs, a look of pity appearing on her face. Yang Kai's face went black. "If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll leave you here." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to this crazy woman, turned around, and left. Baya's wild laughter came from behind him, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's threat at all. Yang Kai had just arrived at the place where everyone was gathered when Guizhou appeared leisurely. The several people who had been whispering to each other quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. Have you dealt with it? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai. And then let's go. Guizhu laughed. Wait a moment. I have something to say. Yang Kai looked around at the crowd solemnly. I have to let you know that when I took you out of here, I used a method called tearing space. Tearing space? Yushi called out in amazement, staring at Yang Kai strangely. You also know about the mysteries of space? Nodding, Yang Kai said, not bad. Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she turned to Guizhu in realization. No wonder Senior Guizhu reached an agreement with you. So that's how it is. They had been wondering what it was about Yang Kai that made Guizhu want to protect him and provide him with a good cultivation environment. Guizhu's attitude towards Yang Kai was completely different from how he treated others, and it wasn't until now that they understood. Tearing space meant there was a chance to escape from this cage. This was the direction Guizhu had been researching for 1,000 years, and it was also a territory he had never been able to understand. It was his only hope to leave. Chapter 10:28. No one had expected that someone like Yang Kai would also dabble in the mysteries of space. The Tao of space had always been an extremely obscure existence. Not only was it difficult to comprehend, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. A cultivator who understood the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even looking at the entire star territory, a cultivator proficient in the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even a master like Guizhu, who had studied the Tao of space for 1,000 years, hadn't been able to produce any useful space arrays at all. Brother, Shintu pursed his dry lips and murmured, did you really come from a low-level continent? You haven't been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, have you? He asked the same question everyone was thinking. Almost all of them had the same thought, thinking that Yang Kai's background was extraordinary and that he was simply putting on an act to deceive them. Yang Kai smiled. If I didn't come from a low-level continent, I wouldn't be so ignorant about the common sense of star territory. Shintu thought about it carefully and nodded lightly. That's true. Since he met Yang Kai had constantly asked him questions about common sense. If all of this was just an act, then it was simply too much. But you really are quite surprising. Shintu smiled bitterly. Why are you telling us all this now? Because I need your cooperation to take you away. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. I can tear space and take you into the void to find a way out, but the space I tear is different from the void corridor that has been around for a long time. The void corridor is stable and connects 2 points in space, allowing people to freely shuttle between them, but the space I tear is unstable. Everyone's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The road to leaving seemed to be full of thorns. I need you to promise me that you won't use any of your strength in there. Yang Kai swept his eyes over everyone solemnly before finally settling on Guizhu. Senior, you too. Because once you use your strength, the turbulent flow of the void will become even more chaotic. We will most likely be exiled to some unknown crevice in the void, and once we can't determine where we are, even I won't be able to leave. Oh? Guizhu grinned and nodded. Good. This old master won't use his strength. Have you all memorized it? Yang Kai looked at the others. Everyone frowned. There's nothing else. As long as you follow me, you'll be fine. Yang Kai thought about it carefully and felt that he had said everything he needed to say. Then, he said, if you're ready, let's go. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tore a crack in the void. That crack seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, and it was several feet wide. It was pitch black inside, without the slightest bit of light. Violent void energy collided and pulled inside, forming a terrifying area like a swamp. It was incomparably strange. Guizhu's expression couldn't help becoming dignified as he stared deeply into the void crack. Everyone else was even more nervous than the last. In Kai Yang's hand was a piece of glowing stone that he had taken from the wall. Without saying a word, he entered the cave. Guizhu's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to keep up with Yang Kai's pace and instead threw Shuntu in. Baya followed closely behind Shuntu, while Guizhu entered unhurriedly, squeezing Yushi's group of 3 behind him. After the 7 of them had all entered, the rift that had been torn open quickly closed and disappeared. Surrounded by cold darkness, The only light came from the strange stone in Yang Kai's hand, guiding everyone forward. None of them dared to take a single step behind, all of them walking through the void as if they were treading on thin ice, quietly glancing left and right, all of them looking shocked. None of them had ever had such a strange experience before, nor had they ever imagined that one day they would be able to walk through the void. The spatial turbulence in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, and it was like the most terrifying ferocious beast had opened its savage maw with the intention of swallowing all of them. On the other hand, the spatial turbulence looked like the most dangerous swamp, and it was filled with muddy traps. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be pulled into it and exiled to the end of the world. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests. As they looked around in amazement, they couldn't help feeling a sense of trepidation. What gave them peace of mind, though, was that wherever Yang Kai walked, the chaotic void seemed to be smoothed out and the muddy turbulence became as solid as flat ground, making it less dangerous to walk through. Everyone was keenly aware that Yang Kai's essence, qi, and soul seemed to have formed a strange resonance with the turbulent void, allowing him to find a way out. Everyone held their breaths as they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, moving forward one by one. Suddenly, a brief exclamation rang out and Yang Kai couldn't help pausing, turning his head and asking, "What happened?" "Nothing." He Miao patted her chest and said apologetically, "Sorry, I thought I fell down." The expanse of space by her feet exploded apart inch by inch, and it was like the surface of a shattered mirror that caused others to be unable to help but aroused the misconception that they had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to lead the way. "Little girl, don't be so startled. This old master was also scared half to death by you." Gue Zhu turned around and smiled at He Miao, his gloomy smile causing He Miao's already gloomy expression to become even uglier. Yang Kai, who was walking in front of them, stopped again, stretched out his hand, and tore open another crack in the void. He leapt out. Everyone followed closely behind. Fresh air rushed into everyone's nostrils, and everyone felt like they had just walked through the gates of hell, their bodies dripping with sweat. Looking around for a while, Shintu suddenly wore a strange expression and said, "Yang Kai, we don't seem to have gone far." As he said so, he looked down. Just below everyone's feet, there was a burned mountain peak that was completely bare. On the flatland halfway up the mountain, there seemed to be a few people moving about. These people were clearly Lu Guichan and the Purple Star cultivators. They had also noticed the situation here and were pointing towards them, not understanding what was going on. And it really wasn't that far, just a few thousand kilometers. Yang Kai nodded and explained, "This time, we just wanted you to familiarize yourself with the feeling of moving through the void. What's next is the main event." Pointing to the seven-colored sky, he declared, "We need to penetrate this sky and break through the blockade of that chaotic territory." "Understood." Shuntu nodded. "Let's continue." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I can still do this a few more times." Slightly sensing the fluctuations of the divine sense thread he had left behind before, Yang Kai confirmed its position and tore space again. As everyone filed in, He Miao suddenly turned her head and glanced down, whispering, "Master, Lu Guichan and the others seem to be rushing over here." "Don't pay attention to them. Keep up," Yushi urged. And, "Lu Guichan, just wait for your death here." Yushi sneered softly, glancing down casually, the last one to enter. A moment later, Lu Guichan, who had arrived on his star shuttle, looked around in a daze, but couldn't see anyone. He suddenly realized that he had been abandoned and his face instantly went pale. The people Gue Zhu had summoned before were clearly related to Yang Kai. The only ones who hadn't been summoned were those from Purple Star. He was still gloating a little, thinking that Yushi and the others were about to die, but they didn't know that it was actually a way to survive. On the contrary, he and his 3 or 4 subordinates had been abandoned here forever. Lu Guichan's face changed dramatically as he roared angrily. Up in the seven-colored sky, the territory of the various stars from the chaotic abyss intersected, making this several thousand-kilometer area even more mysterious than the void. Somewhere, a crack in space suddenly opened and Yang Kai stepped out, closed his eyes, and sensed his surroundings, his heart calming down. The divine sense thread he had left behind before was not far away, and although there were some errors, it didn't matter. As long as he followed the trajectory of the divine sense thread, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss. Once he reached the chaotic abyss, he would truly be free. One figure after another appeared behind him, and after everyone saw the scenery in front of them, all of them couldn't help sighing in amazement, because all around them were seven-colored, brilliant, and beautiful. However, everyone soon discovered that they couldn't extend their divine senses in this place because they would be affected by the chaotic territory around them and become lost, making it impossible for them to withdraw their divine senses. Guizhou gently nodded. Very good. You really have the ability to leave this place. This old master was right to trust you. At a glance, he could tell that this place was somewhere above the floating continent, a place he had never been before, so he couldn't help feeling confident in Yang Kai. It seemed that because his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years was about to be fulfilled, his expression was no longer as gloomy and terrifying as before, instead wearing a smile of expectation. Yang Kai glanced over at him and smiled lightly. The human face mark on his arm gave off a much colder aura than before. He knew that Guizhou was on guard against him suddenly abandoning him. If he was really left here, Guizhou wasn't confident he could return to the floating continent. Yang Kai indeed had this intention, but he didn't dare act rashly. He wasn't confident he could pull any tricks under Guizhou's nose, so he remained obedient. Once again, Yang Kai sensed the position of the divine sense thread in front of him and tore space. Teleporting 1,000 kilometers at a time, Yang Kai led the other 6 through the void, everything going smoothly as they drew closer and closer to the chaotic abyss. After tearing space 5 times, Yang Kai walked out of the void and immediately sat down cross-legged, gasping for breath as he said, "Wait a moment, I need to restore myself first." Every time he used this method, it consumed a huge amount of energy, so Yang Kai couldn't continue like this endlessly. The power in his knowledge sea had been consumed by more than half, so he needed to replenish it in case something unexpected happened. Chapter 1029. After an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered and led the group forward through the void. Every time he used this method, he had to determine the direction of the divine sense threads he had left behind before. Otherwise, there would be no way to advance through this 7-colored territory. Things proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, none of the things Yang Kai had been worried about happening. The 6 people behind him also remembered Yang Kai's instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Even Guizhou behaved very obediently and cooperated. It seemed that if they continued like this, they would really be able to reach the chaotic abyss soon. With hope in front of them, everyone's expression became excited. Somewhere in the 7-colored sky, Yang Kai appeared again, and after the other 6 appeared, the void crack that had been torn open slowly closed. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the group. This is the final stretch of the road. As long as we pass through the void one more time, we will reach the chaotic abyss. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. Little brat, hurry up. This old master can't wait to see the outside world. Guizhou grinned and urged. I still need to restore myself. Yang Kai said lightly. Hurry up. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He wasn't lying to everyone. There was indeed only one final stretch of the road ahead. As long as he tore the void one more time, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss, but at this moment, he still felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from Guizhou. He had no good way to restrain this old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years from making promises after they were safe. He could only passively choose to believe him and pray that he wouldn't go back on his word. This feeling made Yang Kai very uncomfortable. Senior, can you take back this mark on my mark? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said to Guizhou, you'll be free soon, so there's no need to monitor me anymore, right? Guizhou chuckled softly and didn't say anything. Nodding, a wisp of resentment suddenly flew out from the human face mark on Yang Kai's arm and rushed into Guizhou's body, causing the mark to disappear. Yang Kai's body and mind became light, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Boy, do your job honestly and this old master won't do anything to you. Guizhou snorted lightly. Senior, Please forgive me. Yang Kai chuckled, stood up, and took a light breath. Under the gazes of the crowd, he casually tore open space. He was the first to enter and lead the way. As soon as he stepped into the space turbulence, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. He stood in place and did not move forward. Instead, he quietly sensed his surroundings. What are you dilly-dallying for? Don't tell me you're trying to play some kind of trick at this last moment? Guizhou, who had followed him in, saw him acting strangely and couldn't help calling out. Yang Kai did not answer and continued to sense. Suddenly, his face changed as he shouted, "Go quickly! Don't stop! The space turbulence here is more chaotic than anywhere else. It should be because we are close to the chaotic abyss." Yang Kai's appearance, as if he was facing a great enemy, caused the faces of the other 6 people to pale as they hurried to keep up with him. Wherever Yang Kai passed, the turbulence in the void would be temporarily smoothed out so that they wouldn't be pulled into the chaotic space. But now, everyone faintly felt that wherever their feet passed, the land that should have been smooth had become somewhat viscous, tugging at their bodies. The surrounding void barriers were also squirming fiercely, and the turbulence was like a swarm of locusts, shuttling back and forth around them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds were transmitted to the depths of one's soul as the surrounding space barriers seemed to crack at this moment, forming one void crack after another. From these void cracks, an unparalleled suction force emerged that seemed to want to swallow everyone. Although none of them were proficient in the mysteries of space, they all knew how terrifying these void cracks were. These void cracks were completely traceless, and no one knew where they existed in the star's territory. Once one was swallowed into one, it was likely no one would be able to find them again. As such, all of them mustered all their strength to follow Yang Kai, not daring to fall behind. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he didn't hesitate, his figure quickly moving forward, arriving at a certain spot in front of him where he stretched out his hand and tore. The void barrier was torn apart, and from this tear, a familiar scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The gigantic stars filled with energy were scattered in every corner of the chaotic abyss. They were as enchanting as ever. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's face lit up and he prepared to rush out. At that moment, Shin-Tu and Bias suddenly exclaimed, as if something unexpected had happened behind them. Hearing their shouts, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Guizhou with an anxious look on his face, his figure flickering as he prepared to escape the danger ahead of everyone else. However, as soon as he began circulating his strength, the turbulence in the entire void crack seemed to be stimulated and all of it erupted, breaking the stability Yang Kai had been trying to suppress in an instant. Before Guizhou had time to rush out, half of his body was swallowed up by a void crack, causing him to freeze on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from this void crack. Yushi and her master, who were following behind him, were also swallowed up by this void crack. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw them casting him a pleading look. He saw their longing for life, and he saw their blankness. Even now, they still obeyed Yang Kai's previous instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Guizhou also realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, and his gloomy ghost chi burst out in an attempt to violently break free from this void crack. However, this void crack was like a swamp, and the stronger Guizhou's strength was, the faster he would sink, causing his old face to pale. Fuck! Shin-Tu couldn't help cursing, "Brother Yang, run!" Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. He stared at Guizhou, who had been swallowed up by the void crack with only his head remaining, then at Hizeo and Himiao, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yang Kai's body stiffened in place as he struggled internally. If he took another step forward, he would be able to reach the chaotic abyss and escape from the threat of Guizhou. Once he was swallowed up by this void crack, even Guizhou wouldn't be able to find a way out. He would taste a life even more bitter and difficult than being trapped on the floating continent, spending the rest of his life alone in this void crack. Yang Kai was happy to see this scene. However, Hizeo and Himiao would also die. He still remembered that when Guizhou wanted to throw him into the space array to test out the void corridor, it was Hizeo who had been the first to stand up and speak up for him. Brother Yang. Shin Tu's roar sounded again. Yang Kai had blocked his and Bai Ya's way forward, but Shin Tu was too embarrassed to cross Yang Kai and anxiously stomped his feet. Bai Ya's heart was also in turmoil, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. This hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai's eyes became firm. Waving his hand, the edge of the void crack he had torn suddenly ignited with demonic flames, making it impossible for the void crack to close for the time being. Go! Yang Kai said, grabbing Shin Tu in one hand and Bai Ya in the other, throwing the two of them out before flying off with a gloomy face. Brother Yang. Shin Tu's face changed as he watched Yang Kai brush past him, and by the time he recovered, he had already arrived in the chaotic abyss. Amidst the void, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the void crack that had swallowed up the group of four, stared at Guizhou, and hurriedly said, If you want to live, restrain your strength. Don't cause trouble for me. Guizhou's face went from blue to white as he obediently withdrew his strength, no longer resisting. I'll save you, so don't panic and don't do anything. Yang Kai said to Hizeo and He Miao before sitting down directly in front of the four of them and releasing his divine sense, condensing his Saint Chi and spiritual energy into a single point before pouring them into the void crack. He fused his own understanding of the mysteries of space into this crack, resonating with it and making it listen to his control for the time being. Soon, the four people who were gradually sinking down were pleasantly surprised to find that the pulling force had weakened and disappeared. Not only that, there was also a reverse force that was pushing the four of them upwards, allowing them to escape the restraints of the crevice. All four of them looked excited. The He sisters Hizeo and He Miao's beautiful eyes filled with tears as they stared at Yang Kai in front of them, their hearts filled with joy. They had thought that they were going to die this time, but at the last moment, Yang Kai had returned to save them. They all knew that Yang Kai had taken a great risk. This made their mood subtly change as an inexplicable feeling flowed through their hearts, warming their tender bodies. This feeling dispelled the panic in their hearts and made them glow, as if they were no longer afraid of any kind of danger. Even Yushi, at this moment, changed her opinion of Yang Kai, a look of gratitude filling her pretty face. Ah! He Miao suddenly exclaimed as she pointed to a certain place below Yang Kai. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing, and their expressions changed again. Where Yang Kai was standing, another void crack appeared, allowing him to slowly sink into it. At the same time, more and more void cracks appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow up this already chaotic space. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Come out! Hearing his shout, the four of them dared to move, one after another escaping from the void crack and rushing out. Yushi was at the back of the group, and whether it was because of nervousness or something else, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Kai quickly picked her up and wrapped his arm around her waist, before the countless cracks in the ground widened and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yushi instantly stiffened as she felt the strength and heat from the big hand around her waist. It was as if she had been cursed, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She turned her head and looked at the junior beside her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security, as if she was a ship in a tranquil harbor, causing her mood to become complicated. Chapter 1030. Back in the chaotic abyss, Shun Tu and Bai Ya both anxiously looked towards the void crack, hoping to see Yang Kai's figure. However, they couldn't see the situation inside at all. The demonic flames had already begun to close, but there was still no sign of anyone escaping. Yang Kai and the others seemed to be trapped inside forever. Could something have happened to him? Shin Tu muttered, Brother Yang's understanding of the Tao of space has already reached a very high level. Nothing should have happened to him, right? What do you think? He turned to look at Bai Ya, hoping she could confirm his statement. I don't know. Bai Ya shook her head. Her mood was also very complicated. But I hope nothing bad happens to him. If Yang Kai didn't return and was swallowed up by the void, the soul brand she had under Yang Kai's control would disappear. Once her brand disappeared, she would die. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Kai. He's coming out. Shun Tu suddenly shouted, rushing forward to greet him when he saw a figure rush out from the void crack that was about to close. It was Guizhou. Seeing his face, Shintu shouted with dissatisfaction, "How could it be you? Where's Brother Yang?" Behind him, Guizhou turned his head and saw the He Zhao and He Miao sisters break out, followed by Yang Kai and Yu Shi. As soon as Yang Kai left, the void crack burned by demonic flames closed again, disappearing without a trace. "Haha, I knew Brother Yang was blessed. Nothing bad would happen to you." Shintu laughed heartily, sincerely feeling happy for Yang Kai. Saying so, though, his expression suddenly became strange as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest, chuckling meaningfully, as if he had discovered something, an ambiguous look appearing on his face. Everyone else's eyes also gathered on this scene, their expressions becoming strange. Yang Kai was holding Yushi's waist at this moment, but Yushi didn't seem to resist, her neck blushing slightly as an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. He Miao couldn't help covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes widened, staring at this incredible scene. She didn't know what had happened between her master and Yang Kai after she and her elder sister left to suddenly become so intimate. What was most incredible to her, though, was that her master didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She had never allowed any man to get within 10 meters of her, let alone be embraced by another. This was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. If her master's admirers from Sword Union were to learn of this, they would definitely go after Yang Kai. He Zhao couldn't help but cough lightly, not knowing what to say to remind her master. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Yushi's expression became even more unnatural, wishing she could dive back into the void and never come out again. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't say a word and simply let go of her before his figure flickered, and he suddenly flew 1,000 meters away, staring coldly and vigilantly at Guizhou as he prepared to tear space and escape at any moment. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken and everyone's expression became dignified, all eyes turning towards Guizhou as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that everyone had left the floating continent and successfully arrived at the chaotic abyss, Guizhou had achieved his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years. If he were to suddenly attack them at this time, besides Yang Kai, no one else would have a chance of survival. Out in the vast star territory, the sky was filled with stars and the atmosphere was quite oppressive and tense. Guizhou smiled softly as his pair of gloomy eyes stared at Yang Kai 1,000 meters away, no one able to tell what he was thinking. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests, like the beating of a drum. "Boy, what are you afraid of?" Guizhou asked. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he bluntly said, "I'm afraid that Senior will go back on his word." "Is this old master so untrustworthy?" Guizhou coldly snorted. "Based on your words alone, this old master can kill you 12 times over. Don't think that just because you can tear space you can escape from this old master's palm. Your strength is too weak. I can stop you before you even begin. I believe Senior has such strength, but if you really do try, this junior won't just sit still and wait for death." Yang Kai said solemnly. "Senior Guizhou, seeing that Brother Yang fulfilled his promise and successfully brought you out of that place, Shin Tu tried to persuade, but before he could finish, Guizhou glared at him coldly, causing Shan Tu's expression to fill with pain as he clutched his head and howled miserably. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "Senior," Yushi called out. Guizhou turned to look at her again, causing Yushi's face to go pale as she screamed in pain like Shun Tuesday. "This old master is Guizhou. This old master has never been a trustworthy person. Trusting me was your biggest mistake." Guizhou snorted. His body suddenly became blurry, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of alarm and quickly push his strength. But before he could tear space, a gloomy aura invaded his body, making him unable to move. Guizhou, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him, looking down on him. "This old master really intended to kill you after you took me out of that place. You should know why, because you never really wanted to cooperate with me," Guizhou grinned. "Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're planning? If this old master's strength was not above yours, any other Saint King realm or even Origin returning realm cultivator would have been killed by you." Yang Kai didn't say anything because what Guizhu said was true. It was because Guizhu's strength was too high that Yang Kai's various ideas could not be realized. Half a cup of tea's worth of time ago, this old master planned to do just that. Guizhu's expression suddenly changed and became strange. But now, this old master has changed his mind. No matter what, you risked your life to save me, although that was not your intention and was just something you did to save those girls. If this old master really killed you, it would be too ungrateful and would only make him a laughingstock. This old master doesn't like to owe others favors. You brought me out and saved me, giving this old master a chance to take revenge, so this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Guizhu in amazement. Surprised? Did you think this old master was someone who didn't have a human heart? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior didn't think so. Senior being able to remember the grudge from 2,000 years ago. Presumably, you still have a human heart. Perhaps 2,000 years ago, Senior was still a good person. Ha ha ha. Guizhu laughed loudly. A good person? This old master was indeed a good person at the time. But after 2,000 years of loneliness, any good person's character will change. Boy, do you want to follow this old master? Guizhu shouted as he stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. This old master thinks you are quite pleasing to the eye. If you follow this old master can guarantee you that no one will dare embarrass you in the entire star territory. This old master can also teach you cultivation, so you can reach the origin returning realm in the shortest time possible. With your aptitude, I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Senior's kindness must be appreciated, but Junior does not want to live such a life. You refuse this old master? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. You dare refuse this old master? Do you look down on this old master? His expression suddenly became fierce and violent, as if Yang Kai's answer had dissatisfied him and he would immediately kill him. Yang Kai remained calm and laughed. Senior must be joking. You are an Origin King Realm Star Master. Presumably anyone would place their hopes under your wings. Junior admires you greatly, so how could he look down on you? Then why do you refuse? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior does not want to grow up like a flower in a greenhouse that is too delicate and cannot withstand the wind and rain. I believe Senior's words. With your guidance, I will be able to reach the return to void stage in less than 100 years. However, perhaps the return to void stage will be my limit after growing up in that kind of environment. If I want to pursue a higher cultivation base like Senior's, I will need to sharpen myself and fight. Guizhu's originally unhappy look suddenly changed as he looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded gently. What you say makes sense, so this old master won't force you. If one day you find a way, you can come find me at any time. This old master's name will soon resound throughout the entire star territory, so it won't be too difficult for you to find me. Then this Junior wishes Senior the best in obtaining his revenge and ending a 1,000-year-old grudge. Yang Kai cupped his fists. This sentence struck a chord with Guizhu's heart, causing him to grin happily. Little brat, you know how to talk. This old master's opinion of you is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Forget it. Take this thing. This old master has no use for it. Consider it my thanks for saving my life. Saying so, he flicked his hand and a dark object suddenly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully. He was surprised to find that it was actually a token. This token had a single character engraved on it. Emperor's Emperor. This character gave off an extremely oppressive aura that made Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. A star sect token? Yang Kai exclaimed. He still remembered that this token was found by Guizhu from Yushi's space ring. When this token appeared, Yushi, Lu Guichun, and the others all paled. He also realized that this star sect token was an excellent treasure that everyone coveted. Senior, this thing, you don't know what it's used for? Guizhu asked. Yang Kai shook his head. As someone from a low-level continent, I really don't know. Star sect tokens, also known as Star Emperor tokens, are the tokens of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. Great Emperors of Star Territory? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is just a legend. Legend has it that the entire star territory was once controlled by a single person, one of the great emperors of star territory. His cultivation is so high that it can penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Even this old man might not be as good as him. When he controlled star territory, he produced 10 star emperor tokens, each of which sealed a divine technique of his, a divine technique capable of destroying a star. Yang Kai paled, his eyes bulging as he realized why Lu Guiqian, Yu Shi, and the others were fighting over this star emperor token, thoroughly understanding just how precious this star emperor token was. Chapter 1031. Sealed inside this star emperor token was the divine technique of the great emperors of the star territory. Once it was used, it was capable of killing an origin king. Yang Kai was shocked speechless. In this old master's time, someone once used this star emperor token to kill an origin king. Can it really kill an origin king? That's what the rumors say, but this old master has never seen it with his own eyes, so I don't know how powerful it really is. It may have been exaggerated, but I'm certain its power is extraordinary. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid there aren't many left of the 10 star emperor tokens. Take care of them carefully. If you really encounter some kind of unsolvable disaster, you can use them, but remember, this star emperor token can only be used once. Guizhu said. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this star emperor token was a bit too precious and looked at Guizhu hesitantly. Senior, since this token is so precious, why are you giving it to me? Guizhu grinned. This old master has no children, no attachments, and his strength has reached a level where no one can threaten me. So what use is there for this token? If you don't want it, just throw it away. I'm sure those people over there will be happy to take it. He pointed to Shin Tu and the others who were looking over 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai decisively put the Star Emperor token into the Demon Mystic Tome and hid it in the most secluded corner. Seeing this, Guizhu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. And, do you want this old master to take you out of here? No need. I can find the way out. Yang Kai refused politely. Guizhu didn't say anything more, simply grinning and saying, good, good. Live well, this old master will be going. Saying so, he didn't linger, his figure transforming into a black cloud and quickly flying away. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange look on his face for a while before shaking his head and smiling, turning around and approaching Shin Tu and the others. Shin Tu and Yu Shi stood there quietly. Shin Tu and Yu Shi had just been targeted by Guizhu and still had some lingering fear. Thinking about Guizhu's mysterious methods, both of them couldn't help shuddering. Brother Yang, did he leave? Shin Tu asked nervously. Let's go. Yang Kai nodded. Are they really leaving just like that? Shin Tu was surprised. When Guizhu suddenly approached Yang Kai just now, they all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but Guizhu only spoke a few words to Yang Kai before leaving. This was beyond everyone's expectations. He's really gone. Yang Kai repeated. You don't have to be nervous. Actually, he's not bad, just a little grumpy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath, their bodies and minds relaxed. Masters are all like this. Yu Shi smiled bitterly. They don't put people like us in their eyes. Brother Yang, what did he say to you just now? You two seem to be having a good conversation, Shin Tu asked curiously. He didn't say much, just thanked me then reprimanded me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and casually spouted some nonsense. He believed that what he had just said to Guizhu was completely unknown to these people. Now that the Star Emperor token had fallen into his hands, it was impossible for him to tell others about it. The value of this token was too great, and once news of it leaked out, it would likely cause many unnecessary storms. Looking around, Yang Kai said, Let's go. We need to leave this place. Everyone looked at him with a bitter expression, and no one dared to move. How do we leave? This isn't some random place. This is the chaotic abyss. Our Sword Union's chart masters and Purple Star's chart masters are not here. Yu Shi smiled bitterly. Baya checked the star shuttle under her feet and shook her head. My star has been damaged by the chaos in this territory. Without the guidance of a star shuttle, we won't be able to find a way out. The joy of freedom they had just experienced was once again replaced by despair as everyone's faces became uglier than the last. "Oh, Senior Guizhu just gave me some directions. Just follow me," Yang Kai said lightly. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with surprise as they stared at him. Shin Tu shouted incredulously, "Brother Yang, you mean Guizhu not only didn't kill you, but also kept his previous promise and kindly gave us directions?" Yang Kai nodded. "How could that be? How did he suddenly become so nice?" Shin Tu still couldn't believe it. "That doesn't make sense." "That's the truth, let's go." Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and Shen Tu stepped onto it without any trace of politeness, grinning widely as he said, "Brother Yang, I'm relying on you. I don't have any artifacts on me." "It's fine." A group of 6 people, 4 star shuttles, shuttled through the chaotic abyss as fast as lightning. While leading the way, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, spying on the vast star that adorned his knowledge sea to determine his position. He quickly realized the preciousness of this star, because through this star, he could easily determine his position, allowing him to accurately determine the direction to leave the chaotic abyss without any interference from the various territory here. Yang Kai didn't know where the purple star master named Wu Suwa had obtained this treasure, but this treasure now belonged to him. He was faintly grateful to this Wu Suwa, because if he hadn't died by his side, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain this star and gain insight into the various stars and dangers in this territory. With this star, Yang Kai could go anywhere he wanted. Time passed by, and among the group of 6, besides Shen Tu who was constantly muttering nonsense, everyone else remained silent. Bai would occasionally chat with Shen Tu, but after noticing how talkative this guy was, she began deliberately ignoring him. After experiencing this series of hardships, the other 5 had already regarded Yang Kai as their only hope and unconditionally chose to believe in him, not objecting to any of his instructions. Following behind Yang Kai, they flew through the chaotic abyss for 2 months. On this day, a scene they had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a dense sea of asteroids. Countless asteroids, large and small, were scattered throughout the starry sky. They were all flying at high speed under the influence of an inexplicable force. The sea of asteroids was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. It seemed like it could wrap up the entire star field. Seeing this asteroid sea, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. "We're leaving," Shintu shouted. "Haha, we're finally leaving this place." "How did you know?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. "The periphery of the chaotic abyss is covered by this asteroid sea. Everyone knows about it," Shin Tu replied. Yang Kai looked around at the others and saw them all nodding. "It's me who is ignorant." Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Shin Tu laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "The place you came from is a bit, it's small. It's normal for you not to know. You'll slowly understand in the future. I won't go to the chaotic abyss for the rest of my life. It's really full of disasters." "You're the young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. How could you have been captured by Lu Guichun? Where are your guards?" Yushi suddenly asked. "The young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce?" Baya covered her red lips and exclaimed, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared toward Shin Tuesday. Shin Tu glanced over at Yushi and chuckled meaningfully. "When did you see through my identity?" "I didn't. It was just a guess. When you were on the floating continent, you asked Yang Kai to send a message to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and your appearance is somewhat similar to a master I met many years ago. That master was called AIO. Yushi quickly said. AIO? Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president AIO? Baier exclaimed, staring at Shin Tu with a somewhat different look. Even He Zhao and He Miao couldn't help trembling, none of them having expected Shin Tu to have such a background. Yang Kai listened to their conversation silently, suddenly understanding that Shin Tu's background wasn't small. He had learned from Shen Tu that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a great force within Star's territory that was not inferior to Purple Star or Sword Union. However, unlike Purple Star and Sword Union, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's focus was on commerce. The Chamber of Commerce's industries and businesses were spread throughout Star's territory and had dealings with all the great forces within Star's territory. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce occupied several of the most abundant cultivation stars in Star's territory, so they could provide many rare cultivation resources to these great forces. You're President Aio's son? Baya looked at Shin Tu in amazement. How come I've never heard of you before? I'm an illegitimate son. I've never made it public. Shin Tu grinned meaningfully. It's natural that you haven't heard of me. Yushi couldn't help coughing dryly, her expression unnatural as she said, there are rumors that President Aio is a womanizer and has many affairs outside. Baya smiled bitterly. Since you have such an identity, why didn't you just tell Master Lu at the time? He would have treated you with utmost respect. How could he have thrown you into the starship's power room? As soon as Lu Guichun was mentioned, Shin Tu ground his teeth and said, I told him, but he didn't believe me. If it weren't for Brother Yang helping me, I'm afraid I would have already died on your Purple Star starship. Everyone's faces went black, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that Lu Guichun not believing Shin Tu's words made sense. Aio was a master and had several sons. The names of these sons were no secret, so if a little brat they had never heard of suddenly claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son, no one would believe him. Everyone would think he was just spouting nonsense to deceive them. You're really unlucky. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. Who said I wasn't? Shin Tu said angrily, if I had died on this trip, how unjust would that have been? Seeing his aggrieved appearance, He Miao couldn't help giggling. The group continued chatting as they shuttled back and forth through the endless asteroid sea. After a few days, the six of them finally rushed out of the asteroid sea. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. What he saw was a sky full of stars. There were solar stars that had been emitting enormous heat since ancient times, cold moon stars, and many different kinds of cultivation stars that exuded exuberant vitality. There were even more dead stars where not even a blade of grass grew. There was nothing there, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly desolate. We're out, Shin Tu shouted. Chapter 1032. The four streaks of light came to a stop outside the chaotic abyss. Looking at the familiar scenery of this star territory, except for Yang Kai, everyone else trembled with excitement. Shin Tu even let out a long roar, venting the excitement in his heart. After a while, everyone's mood slowly calmed down. Where are we? Baya turned her head and looked around. Although she knew that this was the periphery of the chaotic abyss, she couldn't determine their exact location. I recognize this place. I was captured not far from here. This place isn't far from our Chamber of Commerce's main continent, Watermoon Star. And, if we use a star shuttle, it'll only take us a month to get there, Shin Tu explained. Watermoon Star? Yushi said thoughtfully, if you say so, I can recognize the direction. Sword Union's main continent, Sword Star, should be in that position. She pointed to a certain spot in the star field. Would you like to head to Watermoon Star for a few days? Shin Tu looked around and invited everyone. After experiencing such a difficult escape, everyone felt much closer to each other and had put aside their previous grievances. Yushi glanced over at Yang Kai and seemed to want to agree, but soon her expression became bitter as she shook her head. No, this time I lost a St. King grade high-rank starship and several hundred elites. I have to return to Sword Union quickly to report this matter. Shin Tu looked at her and said with some sympathy, if one day you can no longer stay in Sword Union, I welcome you to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Although my status in the Chamber of Commerce is not as high as my brother's, I can still recommend someone to join. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly understood that Yushi would likely be punished by Sword Union when she returned. After all, her losses this time were too great, and she had even lost a Star Emperor token. When that day comes, I'll see. Yushi smiled bitterly. She turned to look at Yang Kai again with a complicated expression. Only after a long time did her red lips move slightly. Yang Kai, thank you. Thank you for bringing us 3 master and disciple out of that cage. Thank you for saving our lives in that void crack. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, also, I'm sorry. As he said this, he bowed and sincerely apologized. He apologized for all the unpleasant things that happened between him and Yang Kai in the past. Yang Kai nodded and accepted her apology. Everyone, Us three master and disciple will take our leave first, Yushi said, turning around and heading towards the direction of Jianxing. Yang Kai, you have to take care of yourself. I hope that we can meet again one day. He Miao waved goodbye to Yang Kai, seemingly reluctant to part with him. Take care. He Zhao nodded. You too. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, watching their figures gradually disappear into the vast star territory. If they don't want to go, Brother Yang, you won't refuse, right? Shin Tu looked at Yang Kai and asked. I don't mind. In any case, I've only just arrived on Star's territory and haven't decided where to go yet. Nor do I have a place to stay, Yang Kai grinned. There's no harm in sending you back to Water Moon Star. Many thanks to Brother Yang. If I had to fly back to Water Moon Star alone, I would probably die halfway. Shin Tu was overjoyed. Then let's go. Wait a moment, Yang Kai said, turning to Bai Ye and saying faintly, you should also go. Where am I going? Bai Ye looked confused. I don't know. You can go wherever you want, as long as you don't follow me around. Bai Ye's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai with some surprise and joy. You mean, I'm free? I told you on that continent that after we left, you and I would go our separate ways. I never intended to bind you. Then why did you? Bai Ye looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not understanding why he had taken her soul brand and taken control of her life and death if he already had such a plan. That was your punishment. You are different from others. We have a lot of grievances between us. I can abandon Lu Guichun and let him fend for himself, but since I brought you out, you must pay a price. Your soul brand is that price. Yang Kai quickly said, I will keep that brand so I can make sure you don't reveal my secrets and that you don't hold a grudge against me. After a few dozen years, or even 100 years, I may return it to you. Bai Ye's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai faintly, biting her lip as she asked, what if you accidentally die? You should pray that I won't die, that my life will be as long as the heavens. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. Your appetite is too big. Forget it. In any case, I was able to come out alive. If you want to keep that brand, then keep it. However, I don't have anywhere to go right now. I don't dare go back to Purple Star. So many people have disappeared. If I go back alone, I will definitely be questioned. Young Master Shin Tu, can you recommend me to your Chamber of Commerce? My strength isn't bad. I'm a third-order saint. After living on that continent for so long, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm. With my current cultivation, I should be able to deliver supplies to your Chamber of Commerce. Shin Tu thought about it for a moment before nodding. If you really have a Saint King, our Chamber of Commerce will be happy to accept you. That's great. I'll go to Water Moon Star with you. Within a month, I'll definitely break through, Bai Ye cheered happily. Saying so, she shot a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. It's you who didn't know how to cherish this servant. Don't regret it in the future. Your Chamber of Commerce can accept such a woman? Yang Kai looked at Shin Tu in amazement. Is there a problem? Shin Tu was puzzled. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't say anything. The secret art Bai Ye cultivated was obviously one that used yang energy to supplement her yin energy. Such a woman, if placed in Tongxian realm, would definitely be hated by all. She would likely be killed before she could even mature. On Tongxian realm, there were too many apologists and self-proclaimed righteous people. People like Bai Ye were the ones they hated the most. However, Shin Tu didn't seem to care about this at all, and was even willing to recommend her to the Chamber of Commerce. The Star Territory was really different from Tongxian realm. It seemed that they didn't care about evil, as long as one had strength. Hey, what kind of woman am I? Bai Ye suddenly became unhappy, and after confirming that Yang Kai was no longer restricting her like before, she immediately relaxed her body and mind, no longer holding back. Don't you know what kind of woman you are? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Isn't it just because my surname is Yang? Aren't all men like this? Why can men do it, but women can't? Bai Ye grumbled discontentedly. Enough, let's go. I can't wait to return to Water Moon Star to rest. Shin Tu interrupted the quarrel between the two and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately ordered his star shuttle to fly in that direction. Along the way, no one spoke, only by Ya's unbridled giggles could be heard. She was like an oriole that had just escaped from its cage, giggling all the way. Yang Kai soon discovered that the star shuttle under her feet seemed to be flying faster than his own. This wasn't simply because he was carrying Shen Tu, but rather because her star shuttle was of a higher grade. This made Yang Kai secretly make up his mind that when they arrived at Watermoon Star, he would definitely switch to a higher grade star shuttle because he would be spending a lot of time shuttling through the star field in the future. A good star shuttle would save him a lot of time. Shin Tu was very familiar with the terrain around Watermoon Star, and under his guidance, the group of three avoided many dangers along the way. On this day, a huge multicolored stars suddenly appeared in front of the trio. These stars exuded a rich vitality and overflowed world energy. Standing atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately understood that this was the main continent of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce, the Watermoon Star that Shen Tu had mentioned. The entire stars were covered in a layer of clouds, and from the territory of this star, one could vaguely see the continental plates and oceans of this star. There were also a number of densely packed buildings that stood in different positions, and inside these buildings, there were many small black dots moving about. These were living creatures. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that it was only now that he had successfully set foot on the real territory of this star. After leaving Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had wandered around and explored the depths of this star territory, but he hadn't really seen the many wonders of this star's territory, nor had he come to a cultivation star where living creatures gathered. Watermoon Star was his first stop. Yang Kai was a little excited. Over there. Shin Tu pointed to the left. Let's go there. My palace is in that direction. Yang Kai followed his instructions and changed the direction they were heading in. A short time later, the group of three passed through the thick clouds and landed on Watermoon Star. A strong attractive force came from the star and pulled the star shuttle downwards, but this attractive force wasn't too strong, so Yang Kai was able to easily circulate his strength to resist it. After passing through the clouds, the world suddenly opened up and everything on Watermoon Star was instantly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city, looking around, feeling incomparably refreshed. Seeing his curious look, Bai Ya and Shen Tu exchanged a glance and couldn't help snickering. They both knew that Yang Kai came from a low-level world, but he had probably never experienced such a thing before. High up in the sky, a series of blue lights flew about as cultivators' star shuttles hurried on their way. Unlike on Tongxian realm, where only Yang Kai had a star shuttle artifact, on Watermoon Star, this kind of scene was common. Shin Tu continued to point the way, not allowing Yang Kai to land. Along the way, they passed by many towering and majestic cities. Within those cities, all kinds of living beings coexisted peacefully. Yang Kai saw the demon race, the monster race in human form, the horn race from great demon gods' memories, and many other races he couldn't name. They all lived together and didn't have any concept of race. How can a single force manage a few cultivation stars? How can they manage all of them? Yang Kai was puzzled. When he was the holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, he was incredibly busy. Just Nine Heavens Holy Land alone took up a lot of his time and energy, so it was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be if the entire Tongxian realm was under his control. Chapter 1033. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how a person at the helm of a great force managed several cultivation stars at once. Most likely, they wouldn't even have time to cultivate. Just dealing with all kinds of matters would fill their schedule to the brim. Managing one layer at a time, Shin Tu smiled. The top management is the middle management. The middle management is the lower management. Each layer is responsible for the next. How could there not be enough management? There's no need for a leader to do everything himself. With this explanation, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question and immediately fell silent. He had not reached such a height, so he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, people walked to higher places, and water flowed to lower places. As long as it was a living creature, there was not a single one who did not painstakingly climb up. Beast herds had beast kings and empires had sovereigns. They stood at the peak, enjoying the unique scenery, and had the ability to govern their own race and empire. This wasn't something he needed to worry about. After an hour, A group of buildings appeared not far ahead, covering a large area. Shin Tu directed Yang Kai to land there. The shapes of these buildings were strange, all of which Yang Kai had never seen before. Some were like minarets, while others were like skyscrapers, towering thousands of meters high. We're here. With this place as the center, the surrounding 3,000 kilometers is my territory. Shin Tu jumped off his star shuttle, spread his arms, and breathed in the air exaggeratedly, a happy expression on his face. Yang Kai and Baya also put away their star shuttles and landed behind him, looking around. Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly discovered that there were hundreds of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators' cultivation varied greatly, some of them not very high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm, some even reaching the Yuan Qi boundary, but there were a few whose auras were quite powerful, not any weaker than Yu Shi or Lu Guichan. These were all Saint King realm masters. Yang Kai understood that although there were many experts within the star territory, these experts had grown up step by step. Each of them had experienced the initial element stage, the Qi transformation stage, the separation and reunion stage, the Yuan Qi stage, the immortal gate stage. He cultivated step by step, breaking through layers upon layers of shackles and fetters, obtaining a powerful cultivation base that he was proud of. However, a cultivator who could break free from the shackles of a cultivation star and go deep into the star field was at least in the Saint realm. Therefore, the people Yang Kai saw in the star field were not weak. A cultivator below the Saint realm, even with the protection of a star shuttle, would not dare expose their body to the star field. The merciless star field would kill them all. They had to hide inside the starship to ensure their safety. It seemed that the arrival of the trio had alarmed the cultivator here, and a middle-aged man in black clothes suddenly flashed out. After seeing Shin Tu, he couldn't help smiling and calling out, "Young Master Shin Tu, you're back?" "I'm back." Shin Tu nodded gently at him and grinned. "Did anything happen here while I was away?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Nothing happened, but President AIO came looking for you half a year ago because young Master suddenly disappeared. He was furious for a while." Shin Tu couldn't help paling slightly as he shrank his neck. "Father came looking for me? Did he say what he wanted?" The middle-aged man said, "He didn't say anything. He only said to wait for young Master to come back and see him as soon as possible." Shin Tu's expression became bitter as he muttered, "It's over. It's over. This time I'm dead. I'll definitely suffer some physical pain." While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai carefully observed their expressions and guessed that this middle-aged man and the other masters hidden inside were all Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's subordinates who had been sent to protect Shun Tuesday. The middle-aged man was also intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yang Kai and Bai Ye. When he looked at Yang Kai, he didn't show much emotion, but when he looked at Bai Ye, there was obvious disgust. He seemed to be able to tell at a glance that Bai Ye was a loose woman and thought Shun Tu had been seduced by her. "Young Master, these two are?" The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai and Bai Ye and asked, "Oh, this brother's name is Yang Kai." Shin Tu pulled Yang Kai to his side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder, solemnly introducing him. "This is a life and death brother I made on this trip. Uncle Yang Kai, treat him as my benefactor." "Young Master's benefactor?" The middle-aged man named Yang Kai wore a solemn expression and didn't ask much, cupping his fists and bowing to Yang Kai. "Many thanks, little brother, for taking care of my young master while he was away. Young Master is naturally stubborn and has caused a lot of trouble for little brother. I hope little brother can forgive him. Senior is too polite. Brother Shin Tu and I were just helping each other out." Yang Kai smiled modestly. Yang Kai nodded gently, a satisfied look flashing across Garen's eyes. "This woman," Shin Tu pointed to Bai Ye. "She was originally from Purple Star, but now she wants to join our Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Garen, please arrange a job for her." "Purple Star's people?" Yang Kai frowned. "Her strength is a bit low. As long as I can enter retreat for a while, I can break through to the Saint King realm within half a month," Bai Ye said anxiously, as if she couldn't wait to find a place to stay. "Break through to the Saint King realm in half a month?" Garen's thick eyebrows rose. "If there really is a Saint King, the Chamber of Commerce can accept them. You can enter retreat here for the time being." Saying so, He gently clapped his hands, and immediately one of the guards who had been standing nearby came over. "Take this girl to the secret room and provide her with some Saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai ordered. "Yes. Many thanks, young Master Shin Tu. Many thanks, Master Garen." Baya's pretty face was filled with joy as she bowed to Shin Tu before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Until we meet again." Yang Kai nodded gently. After Baya was taken away, Shin Tu enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai into the palace. The middle-aged cultivator named Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, the guards and maids they met all bowed and respectfully said their greetings. "Brother, I'm going to take a bath and change clothes first. You should also tidy yourself up. We can talk later." After entering the palace, Shin Tu said casually, "Here, don't treat yourself as an outsider." "Good," Yang Kai nodded. Shin Tu grinned meaningfully, reaching out and hugging the two young girls next to him, smiling wickedly as he walked inside. "Young master, this way please." Another maidservant walked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her figure graceful, smiling as she led the way for Yang Kai. Following behind her, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the palace. Although Shin Tu claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son and had never made it public, judging from the number of people here and the size of the territory he occupied, Shin Tu's position in President Aio's heart wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provided with several Saint King Realm cultivator as bodyguards, nor would he have granted him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Kai was too lazy to inquire about other people's affairs, so he simply followed the maidservant all the way to a huge room. Inside this room, there was a large bed shrouded in pink curtains that gave off a warm aura. The fragrance of flowers filled the room, and in the center of the room was a huge bath carved from white jade. This bath was filled with hot water that was steaming hot and filled with mist. The bath was filled with colorful flower petals, and next to it, there were several beautiful women wearing seductive dresses. When Yang Kai walked in, these women smiled towards him and politely bowed. The mist that surrounded them gave them a kind of hazy beauty. This mist caused the gauze to become wet and clung to their seductive figures, making them appear even more alluring, causing one's blood to boil. Yang Kai was startled, not having expected such a scene to be waiting for him, his breath suddenly becoming heavy as his eyes swept over the bodies of these young girls. None of them looked very old, but each of them was full of life, their snow-white skin glowing with an attractive rosy luster. Their looks were outstanding, and their temperaments were all different. Each of them had a charming smile and enchanting figure that could intoxicate any man. As Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, some of them boldly responded, some of them blushing shyly, some of them trying to cover up their beautiful lower bodies and chests, clearly wanting to meet him but also feeling shy. This Shin Tu guy's life is actually so licentious. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing silently. "Young master, do you need this servant to help you change your clothes?" The maidservant who led him in asked with an intoxicating smile. Seeing Yang Kai standing motionless in place, couldn't help asking softly. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, shook his head and asked, "Was this arranged by your young master?" "It was this servant who arranged it," the maidservant replied, "but this was also the young master's intention a long time ago. You are an honored guest he has brought back, so this servant will receive you with the highest standards. You are the second guest to enjoy this privilege." "Oh, there was one before?" "Yes," the maidservant nodded, "but you can rest assured, these sisters are all pure white jade and have never been sullied before. They are all very happy to serve young Master Shin Tu's honored guests." "Why are they so happy?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Because they are indebted to young Master Shin Tu, they all voluntarily came here to serve as maidservants. No one forced them to do anything. Before this servant made these arrangements, she also asked for their opinions." Yang Kai once again met the eyes of these young girls and found that they really didn't have much unwillingness, so he knew that the maidservant who led him here was telling the truth. "Is young master not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, this servant can call some more people over so young master can definitely find a suitable one." "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before grinning. "Forget it. Shin Tu's good intentions, It would be impolite for me to refuse. Saying so, Yang Kai calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The women standing around the pool all smiled and also jumped into the water, like mermaids, gracefully swimming over to Yang Kai's side, taking the initiative to lean their seductive bodies against Yang Kai's skin, displaying their beauty while attentively serving Yang Kai. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.